Okay, I'll go ahead and start then.
Okay, I'm just going to welcome everyone. Good morning, everyone. This is the beginning of our fall 2020 New York State AAUP conference. We have a variety of speakers today and a really excellent program ahead. We welcome you all here. There will be more people joining us. Just to let you know, I am recording this for the purposes of providing it to the people who would like to attend but were unable to for whatever reason. So welcome again, and we're going to begin with Caprice Lawless from Colorado, and she is going to take a moment to introduce herself, and then we will have David Kociemba, who will also speak. That program will run until noon, just a little bit thereafter, and then this afternoon we will have a program on racism in higher ed, and that will run from 1 to 3. So everybody can share lunch together between 12 and 1 if they want, or step out for a bit, but please do join us back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, so hi everybody, I'm Caprice Lawless and I teach at Front Range Community College. I teach English, and I started there in the last century, 1999. And it's almost completely corporatized. Just to give you an example, we've been attending our Senate meetings trying to insert some reality there. And last week, the president of our faculty senate sent me an email, and she asked me, what is shared governance? I've never heard of it before. So that just gives you some idea. So I have a little PowerPoint, and I'll start it here. And I'll explain these slides as I go along. Oops. Can you see that? No? I might have a few bumps at the start of this. I have to share the screen first. Okay, can everybody hear me and see me okay? Okay. So I teach in a non-community community college. And here's a picture of, it's not exactly our parking lot, but it could be. This is a scene from Orwell. Here are our hallways. They are devoid of any kind of artwork or signage. That was all taken off. Here are our corporate bulletin boards. Can you all hear me okay? Okay. And there's a sign at the bottom of each bulletin board. I have it at the bottom here, but it says this bulletin board is for the science department use only. All other postings will be reviewed. So the vice president of our campus routinely goes along and scrubs anything off any kind of bulletin board. So there's no way to, post that you found a cell phone or you're selling a motorcycle or anything at all. It's just like this. There's no community whatsoever. Here are the workrooms where adjuncts are allowed to work. No students are allowed in these rooms, and there's a sign there that says you can't put anything on the wall. The only thing there are the instructions how to use the computers and how to evacuate the building. There aren't any telephones, and all the chairs face the walls so as to discourage camaraderie. It's just chilling, really. Here are one of 10 new lounges they built on campus. And you can see they're very sterile. We used to have a whole room with faculty mailboxes, which were little cubbies. You could leave somebody a book or a box of cookies or a pair of shoes or anything really. And that's all been done away with since we started our AUP chapters, and especially after our House bill and our Senate bill in 2014 and 15. So after that, we are called instructors now, not adjunct faculty, just instructors. And these are our mailboxes. They're filing folders behind the admin's desk, and you have to ask her to hand you your file folder. And if you go in there after hours, you're supposed to sign in there. That's why the clock is there, and to put down what time you dared enter your file folder. And you can't leave any AUP messages in there. It's just, I never look in it anymore, frankly. It's pointless. And the school embarked on a multi-million-dollar remodel, including this $10 million gym for students at a community college, which is a commuter campus. And the city rec center, which is huge, has 2 swimming pools, several gyms, is only 3 blocks away. So mostly the people who use the gym are the administrators. And since they built this gym, all of the administrators, you can tell immediately who's an administrator just by going down the hall, because they're all bulked up and they have big muscles, and the guys used to have necks, but now there's just like this skin from their neck over to their shoulder. They're just all muscle bound. This is one of the rooms that they built. I don't know if they're for education or interrogation. These are these little rooms we can use here and there on campus. This is our literacy-free bookstore. There aren't any novels or nonfiction books. They're only it's like a tourist shop with all these animals and pajamas, shot glasses, these kind of trinkets. And you can get a book you need for your class, but all the books are behind police tape. It says "Do not enter," and the clerk has to let you back in there to look at your science textbook or your biology textbook. It's just horrible. I remember so well at CU going into the bookstore and browsing through all the books for the next semester or all the semesters ahead that I wanted to review to determine whether or not I wanted to take that class. And I would just spend hours in the bookstore, of course, like we all did. So this is just a bookstore unlike any other. This is our main intersection of the campus. And right behind it is a room where the students can play pool and things like that. That little tiny table that's blank there, we used to be able to put up 3 or 4 tables in a row and have AUP signage, and I have a picture of that later, but we can't do that anymore. The campus has decided that AAUP is political activity, and so therefore we are constrained. Then they decided that we were some kind of commercial operation, so we have to get a license and pay $250 for insurance while we're at our table in case somebody trips over a chair. This is the kind of nonsense that goes on at our campus. I just took a picture of these lights. This is our coffee shop that they installed, and it closes at 4 when all the admins leave. We have 10,000 students who come and go on our campus. At night, the parking lots are packed, and the only coffee that students can get is from a vending machine. Students and adjuncts can get is from a vending machine. And many of my colleagues, we teach at night. We call ourselves night crawlers. We teach the working adults, and so it's really a strain that we can't even get a cup of coffee. Here's just an example of how we used to be able to organize, and you could see the kind of mayhem and disruption we were with all of our donuts and swag and friendly faces. So that had to be stopped. Here's our last time we had a table, and it was for adjunct, what was it called? Campus Equity Week. And we had this big sign, we had the cookbook. All of our tables have a lot of visually appealing things on them. And for a while we were making these AAUP poppies out of tissue paper, and we would sell those. We also have a lot of interesting events because our campus is so faculty unfriendly, and we are 80% of the faculty, by the way. So we have a lot of events in places like libraries and the poker room at the Denver Press Club and outdoor bistros. This is a little coffee shop in Louisville that let me organize this mini-INI and their back patio, which was fabulous. So we met in the morning on the back patio with all these beautiful tables with flowers, and Hank came and gave a speech. Howard Bunces came and gave a speech, and we had adjuncts there. And then after we met there, we walked across the street to a brew pub where we had lunch. And then after that, we walked to the library, which is only a half block away. And then we had our afternoon program on academic freedom. We have tailgate parties now in the parking lot, because in the parking lot, we can make massive displays out of entire vehicles like this. And so people walk by, we hand them brochures, we hand them some vitamin AUP, and we get a lot of compliments on our AUP tailgate. Here's an example of some of the posters that we sometimes leave in the adjunct workrooms. You know, we'll make some muffins or some cookies, and we will deploy like displays for 4 or 5 of these adjunct workrooms. There's one for every discipline on our campus. So we'll put the muffins and the membership brochures and some posters like this one. And those of you who are familiar with it, we also published the adjunct cookbook, and it's in its 5th printing now. And the inside of this is all kinds of recipes for food bank friendly food, and also recipes for change. We list all kinds of research that we've done on our community college system, where the money goes. You know, we're trying to educate our own peers about the system under which they labor. A couple years later, we published the adjunct coloring book, and like the adjunct cookbook, it's really a research document packaged as a coloring book. And one of the artists at CC Denver did all the cartoons for us. And so it's really been helpful, and it's disarming to have these kinds of things at your membership tables or at your tailgate party, because people think this looks like fun, and it is fun, but it's also troubling for administration. Then we published the first ever AUP flashcards, and these are not specific to our campus. These are for AUP in general, and they are questions people have about AUP and higher education, and what's a public good, and how does AUP work, and what's the definition of shared governance, and all this kind of thing. Is my department chair my boss? That kind of thing. And because most of the photographs, the file photographs we have at AUP are just people talking, that didn't really lend itself to some fun flashcards. So we made dogs on many of the flashcards. The answer is on the reverse side, and it features some dogs kind of depicting the idea. So that was fun. Our media relations are a big part of our work here, and we've been at it for 7 years now, trying to get a raise. I've just been trying to get a raise for 7 years. So eventually then you get to know everybody at the various newspapers and radio stations, and you can all eventually get front page coverage like we did here. That is me, and I was trying to look mean. I told my son that's my death stare that I use when students are acting up. So that's the kind of work that we do. I told somebody recently that I'm constantly conducting a year-round, unending seminar in higher education finance and higher education structure. So every time something happens that's significant, or there's some kind of national news that I need to localize for local reporters, I'll send them a little note like, hey, Alan, just want to let you know, this is what it means in terms of adjunct faculty and in terms of funding for higher education here in the state. So consequently, they turn to us for information about higher ed in general. So that's good. We also got a cover story on Westward Magazine when AUP launched a Committee A investigation of the Community College of Aurora. We had a faculty member there who spoke up about how the school was dumbing down the curriculum, and he caught hell and lost his job. They came in and dismissed him right in the middle of the semester. So that was horrible. So that was a big investigation, and AUP Committee A recommended censure, and so the AUP has censured the Community College of Aurora. And Nate is now finishing his PhD, by the way, in political science at CSU. And there's a picture of Alan Prendergast, and that's inside the Denver Press Club in their famous gallery with all these local, these cartoons of local media types. That's Steve Mummy, the co-president of the Colorado Conference. And we have this thing called the Friend of Higher Education Award. We don't give it out every year, just years when somebody has done something significant. So they gave it to Representative Randy Fisher when he pushed through the instructor tenure project at CU for AUP. And then we gave it to Senator John Kafalis when he sponsored a Senate bill for the CCCS adjunct faculty. And then we gave it to Alan Prendergast for that fabulous cover story on Nate Bork. So by giving awards to media personnel when they really help you out, it does several things. First of all, it makes a friend, a lifelong friend from that reporter. Also, it showcases AAUP firepower. And also, when you have an event around giving the award, it's another excuse for a party, and I love a party. And so we had a big party at the press club to give this award to Alan. We got to meet his wife, and it's just a way of building community. Here's an example of vitamin AUP for some of you. I'm sure everybody's seen vitamin AUP before, but we use this, and this is a photo of how we use smartboard trays in the classrooms, because we can't use the faculty mailboxes. We can't put up posters. It's difficult for us to communicate with our peers. So we'll get together some bookmark, or in this case, we had some vitamin AUP and these little pumpkins, but on the back of this, we'll have some information about our next campaign or the next party. And then we will go into the building like a bunch of ninjas before there's this certain time. It's right after the janitors leave, but right before the admins come in. There's this like golden hour for organizing. And so we'll deploy 4 or 5 people. We'll go in there and we'll put things like this in smartboard trays. We get a lot of feedback on this, by the way. We are known as the candy people. And here's one of the things that we publish every 2 years. It's a research document. We call it the Adjunct Index. It's modeled on the Harper's Index. So it just has a series of phrases separated by a colon, and it gives you some really startling facts about the community college system and the inability of the state legislature to help us out. We are really stuck between a legislature that doesn't really care about higher education, just likes to give lip service to it, and then a governing board that is all political appointees. I call them schmooze particles. And then we have our presidents who are anti-worker, anti-faculty by and large. So the Adjunct Index really is a truth-telling document. And like the vitamin AUP in the smartboard trays, we'll go into campus and put an Adjunct Index in every classroom at every single desk where a teacher comes in and uses the computer in that classroom. We'll put them in every classroom, and then also we leave stacks of them in those adjunct workrooms, as well as publish it on our website and give it to the press. It's a useful document, and also it's another way to bring new reporters up to speed. When they get a new reporter at the Coloradoan or the Boulder Daily Camera, I will make an appointment with that person to have a cup of coffee downtown or something, and I'll bring them a little folder that I make, and inside of it has the last 2 adjunct indices and then a few of our press releases, so they can see really quickly what we're up to. Here's a press release that we put out just a couple weeks ago. We gave this year's Friend of Higher Education Award to KGNU radio host Dennis Crease. And I'm showing you this for 2 reasons: to show you another example of a Friend of Higher Education Award, but also to show you our press releases. So these are useful to give to the press. Reporters are sitting in their offices just wondering what the news is. So it's good to give it to them. And you never know, sometimes this stuff makes it into the paper, sometimes it doesn't. But it's useful to keep the education going with the reporters. And also it's another way to honor the recipient of the award by sending him or her a copy of the press release. And then those press releases are circulated around the office. So then there's all those other people who get to know a little bit more about the AUP. This is just an example of, those little tiny Hershey bars you see in bags. Well, we make AUP labels and repackage them, and we hand those out at our membership tables. And here's an example of some of the bookmarks that we print. We'll print these 4 up to a page, and we'll slice these and we'll leave these in smartboard trays also. There's a picture of Hank at our mini INI that we had. We called it the mini INI because it was a mini institute. If the summer institute is in your city, why not tap that firepower to have a mini INI at some brew pub or library in your town if those people are willing? So we were lucky because we had our mini INI, and Hank and Howard were both willing to give short presentations because they are already in town for the summer institute. So that was cool. And then on the left here, you see a colleague. We got a tiny raise. It was $4.80 a week. And so I picked up this toy microscope at a Goodwill store. And so I took pictures of adjuncts looking for their raise in their paycheck under a microscope. So then once again, that was a press release and put flyers around campus. That was a big hit. Plus, it was fun to do. And these are some of the newsstands we use in AUP in our campus. We leave things in refrigerators and microwaves because people have to pull them out before they can heat up their lasagna. Very unusual, but it's desperate. Where do I get these ideas? From looking at books like Beautiful Trouble and the Troublemaker's Handbook, and also just from watching reruns of Hogan's Heroes. Here's some more of our parties. Here's another event at the press club. Here's Dawn Aaron giving a talk at, I think this was the mini INI. We had unemployment workshops in the winter of 2017. We tried to get unemployment benefits for adjunct faculty. So we had events at 3 different locations in 3 different cities. The one on the left there is the downstairs poker room of the Denver Press Club. So people brought in their laptops and we walked them through the application process. Very time consuming, but was worthwhile. Sadly, we signed up 50 people for unemployment during winter break and only 3 got the unemployment. So that was initially a huge setback. And then we had hearings. Some of the people challenged the denial of unemployment benefits. We had some hearings, and those hearings were just god awful ugly. So ugly that I had to write a letter and deliver it in person to the Department of Labor with a copy to a state senator or 2 about how horribly these hardworking adjunct faculty were being treated by government officials. Here's an example of one of our membership tables. This was out at Red Rocks campus in Lakewood near the mountains. And this is Ann Hemmons and Natasha McConaughey. This is an example of a very energetic membership table. You give the people who are going to put up tables all the swag and accoutrement they need so they can have a rocking membership table. So we have the red tablecloths that we get on sale. Everything red is on sale after Christmas. So we get red tablecloths, and we have these big AUP signs we made. And so you can see how they merchandise all the items so that people are just compelled to stop by and talk, which is what we want them to do. We have some events. We have something called the Damn It Summit at the end of the semester, where we uncelebrate another end of the school year. And then we have a faculty unservice where we uncelebrate the beginning of the school year. Anyway, we have a lot of weird events. So I put this picture in so you could see how important it is to wrap all these gifts as fancy as you can. This is just white tissue paper with some cheap gold seals, but what are these things? Glass coffee mugs, beer coasters, tea towels. You know, they're very humble gifts, but we need all these gifts. We need a mountain of gifts because we have a lot of games we play at our events. Like we have the worst, first, second, third prize for the worst story about work. And we all want to hear those, and then we clap, and then we vote for who's first, second, third. And then we also have a contest of the sweetest thing a student said to us that semester. And of course, we love all that. And some people, you know, shed a few tears, but we love all that. So we have prizes. So you have to have games, you have to have prizes. So this is how we do it. And you know, Twain said you can't throw too much style into a miracle. So, you know, make a table with all your prizes and put strings of lights and glitter and votive candles and all this stuff. Here's just an example of some of the places where faculty are meeting now in the community college system, because being on campus is just, it cramps our style. And also we don't want administrators coming in and just, you know, taking over. Here's an example of meeting with your board. Our governing board is all political appointees from the governor, and you know, they don't want to hear from faculty. So we take issue with that. So we go every chance we get. We get a bunch of people together. Sometimes somebody will say something. Sometimes no one says anything. The last time I was there, we had about 20 people. No one said anything, but we just annoy them to no end, because the board meeting is all these, you know, the Jeff Bezoses of higher education. They're all in there in their suits and their heels and their gold rings and their fancy cell phones, and they're just trying to impress one another. And it's kind of like a country club for presidents. And so we go, and they just hate it, because there we all are in our old shoes and ratty jackets and stuff. And they hate it also because it's a public meeting, but the public's never there, except now we are sometimes. There's more fruit and fresh coffee at a board meeting than most adjuncts will see all semester. So we just gobble up all their food and chat in the hallway, and we just really annoy them. And it's a wonderful thing. Some adjuncts are too afraid to come. So friends of mine come, and I make these signs. They are proxies, and they represent other adjuncts who are too terrified to speak or be seen by their own governing board. So that was effective. Once again, press release. Once again, put it on your website. Use it to put around baskets of muffins and posters in those adjunct workrooms. Here's some pictures of some Zoom chow. And here's some success we've had so far. So for the first time in 20 years, we have paid sick leave. We have paid professional development for online certification. We asked that we didn't ask, we insisted that they provide a 2-week accelerated program so that adjunct faculty could become online certified and teach online. And they gave us they created the course, and we insisted that it be paid professional development. We got paid for it. We also, for the first time now, are getting unemployment for adjunct faculty who lost a class. That's a first. And then we also now, a small group of us from the executive committee and the chapters of the community college system are meeting regularly with the top brass, including the chancellor for the entire statewide system. So we meet with them every few months, and we have an official proposal that we've pulled together of changes we want to see made. And underscoring all of that, of course, is language carefully crafted that lets them know that we are on the same page with them. We are concerned about student learning and stabilizing the faculty and making the community college system strong. So that's been really successful. So all of this work has helped us to have a real presence in the state, and also to have a real presence, and this is the most important part, among our peers. It gets to, at the end of the day, the audience for all of our work, as much work as it is with press releases and all, but the audience is really each other. We are the ones who are going to make the change. We are the ones who are going to get together and push things forward. We are the ones who have to make the case for a stable faculty. So that is the end of the PowerPoint, and I have a small video to show you also. Any questions before I start the video? Any questions? No? Okay, so we have a short video. What happened was the cartoonist who did the cartoons for the coloring book offered to make cartoons for our short video. We did all the research about the money and the situation, and then he also offered to be the talent for our video. So this included the work of myself, Suzanne Hudson from the executive committee, Marky LeCompte from the executive committee, and also Matthew Eric Litt, who's a videographer who teaches in the Colorado Mountain College, but he's part of the Colorado Conference, and then even Danny Ladon, who now is up at law school in Washington State. So let me just show you our video now. Oh, I gotta find the video here. I had it loaded. I want to show you this video, but it went away, so I have to get back on YouTube, if you can bear with me.
Caprice, while you're looking for that, Leah has asked a question or has posed a question. Leah, do you want to go ahead and ask?
Yeah,
that?
why don't you go ahead? Oh.
Sure. So on your slide, you had listed, I was trying to write it down real quick, about unemployment for losing a course. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more detail of how that's working, who's paying and how much are they paying, and thank you.
All right. Let me get back in the so in our last regularly scheduled meeting, which was in March, you know, this COVID was descending, we had all the executives online in a Zoom, and you know, they're kind of mealy mouthing I just said, look, you have to do this. And I made the case, and I explained what happened, because the chancellor we have now was not in charge when we had all those unemployment workshops. So it's like a miracle, but he and I hammered it out. And I should say that it's to the point now when I write him a note, I get a reply from him the same day now. So he wrote back, and we went back and forth. And anyway, I said, can you put me in touch with the director of the Colorado Department of Labor and Unemployment? And he did. And so, long story short, we set up a program so that adjuncts could apply for unemployment. They have to apply, it's called regular unemployment. In order to access all these federal funds like the pandemic unemployment assistance and the low wage assistance and all these other extensions that they're creating as we speak, you have to first qualify for it's called regular unemployment through your state. So that was key that we get that, even though for an adjunct, you know, for me not getting a class, it amounts to, they have this complicated formula, but it amounts to like $120 a week that I'm getting paid for not teaching that I'm being compensated for not teaching my class. But in adjunct world, every penny counts. And most importantly, like this summer, we were able to get the regular unemployment for each class we didn't get because that class was cut because of the COVID, but we also qualified then for the $600 a week pandemic unemployment assistance. So, you know, you can imagine what a godsend this has been for the adjunct faculty in the community college system, whose wages are $10,000 below the living wage in the state already. So that's another reason I wanted to get this going, is because what would happen if people actually had enough money for a while to live, and what would that feel like, and how would that change their attitude toward their employer, first and second AAP, who helped them get that money. So that's how that's been working. And even when I hit, I'm helping so many people that and each unemployment situation, I'm giving you the outlines, but each unemployment situation is unique to that person, depending on how many classes they taught. Do they have income from other jobs? That kind of thing. Even though they may still qualify for the loss in income. That's what's curious about the unemployment situation on the federal level. The lawmakers in DC are realizing that so many workers in America are gig workers, including adjunct faculty, which is more than 70% of all the teaching in higher education, that when they lose their classes, that's a big deal. And so regular unemployment was designed, and you can see by the way the forms, every time I go on the website, they've made more changes. You can see by the way the forms are created. Unemployment was created to help a full-time person get through until they get their next full-time job. But that world has gone away. That world is gone, as have gone a lot of other worlds we think are so solid. So this has been a big breakthrough. So it's unfolding as we speak. I was just on the phone with them on Friday because I had a snag with my own unemployment, and they fixed it for me. So it's just miraculous. So it's a form of activism that you have to get into the weeds with government agencies to do it, but it's kind of like a form of social work in a way. But it sets the AAUP up as the go-to helper, you know. And so in this way right now, it seems odd that unemployment and seeking funds for higher education faculty, like between semesters, would be such a big part of an activist job. And it's so far away from the really refined ideas of academic freedom and shared governance, but it's what we have. It's kind of like you have to teach the students you have, not the students you wish you had. It's kind of like that as an activist. Like, I don't know, I didn't create this world, but it's the world I'm in, and I want to help adjuncts in every way I can, and try to stabilize the faculty in higher education and keep higher education strong in every way. So this is a little side road that we're on right now. Did that answer your question?
Just one clarification. So if an adjunct, say, had 2 courses and they only lost 1, they could still apply?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you
Yes.
so much.
Yeah, that's the way it is in Colorado. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we did, our system is so completely crazy. The Higher Learning Commission has determined that a full-time faculty member would be teaching 10 classes a year. We have adjuncts who are teaching 10, 12 classes per semester. I don't know how they do it. And they get around, somehow these Higher Learning Commission guidelines are crazy. So long story short, the way the formula works here in Colorado, now each state's different, but if you had 5 classes and now you only have 3, it can mess up the formula. You have to be you have to be earning a certain amount of money under what you were expected to be earning to get the benefit. So it's different in every case, but it's been a godsend to me personally and to other adjuncts I know. Right? A lot of the art teachers, especially, you know, they only teach 1 or 2 courses because they have all these art projects going on elsewhere. But it's been a godsend to them too, especially because of the federal incentives that are hooked onto the regular unemployment. Did that help you?
Yes, that would. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Every state is different, but it's worth it looking into how it works in your state.
Yeah, it gives me some idea of who to go after in New York.
Yeah, yeah. And I'll try once more. I'll try to get this video going. Let's see. I can't get the video going, Sally.
Can you send it to me and maybe I can? Do you have a-
Okay,
And there's another couple questions while we're doing that.
okay. Oh, here it is. I see it.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead with the questions.
Well, just someone asked, Jillian asked if there's the availability to purchase some of the products that you've used.
Like the cookbook
Oh,
or
like,
the
no, like the
coloring?
coloring book and the cookbook, those things are available.
Yes,
Is it possible that
And
you provide us with a list of those things that are available?
yes,
Okay,
Yes.
that would be great.
yeah,
And Cecilia asked what legislation you referenced, but we can come back to that in the Q&A if you found the link to the.
okay. I will just say right now, yeah, I have copies of the adjunct cookbook, the adjunct coloring book, and boxes of the flashcards already made. So I'll send Sally a list, and you just have to write to B and send me a check. The person who was doing our website, and this is typical in the activism world, we had a great person doing our website, but she got fed up with the teaching. She left teaching completely. So we used to have a PayPal account on our website, but so you'll just have to write a check to me, but I'll send all that stuff to Sally.
Great.
And as far as making the vitamin AAUP in little packets, that's easy to do. You just buy a package of these things at Michael's, these little bags, and make yourself a label and staple them on, and put some M&Ms in there. What was the other question?
That was it for right now, but I'll monitor here. We are ready for your video.
Okay. Okay. I hope you can see this. Am I sharing the screen? Can you see that? I got myself mixed up.
Not yet. It's okay.
I can't.
Yeah, I think I need to go back to, I'm just going,
Go back to
Good.
share screen
yeah.
and then click on the video.
Okay. Here it is. Okay, sorry, here we go. Can you hear it?
No, can you share?
Oh.
more?
No.
There's something I need to do here. We're gonna have to, we might have to skip the video, Sally.
If you send me the link, I'll try to pull it up.
Okay,
Just send me the URL.
okay.
If anyone else has any other questions right now, you could feel free to ask those as we're looking.
I
We're
just
getting
sent
the
it.
video set up. Okay.
I just sent it to you, Sally.
Caprice, I'd be interested in knowing what you're doing in terms of organizing and recruiting during the pandemic when you can't be doing all these neat things in parking lots and so
Right.
forth.
Right. So that's a good question. Well, that's a good question. And oddly, we've actually recruited some new members during this time, and I don't know where they came from. You know, I put the word out to everybody who,
Hi there.
I put the word out to everyone in the conference about our unemployment Zooms. And then some people who weren't members called me about the unemployment especially. So then, because they would, a lot of times somebody who is a member sends my information out to everybody in their department or something like that. So that's how we've got a few new members. And also I keep in touch with so many people that some of them move in and out of the state, and then they join when they come back. I mean, it's not like we're getting hundreds of new members, but we have got a few new members, mostly because of our unemployment push.
Caprice, I have this up. I think I can get this
Okay.
on if we're ready for that. Let me
Okay.
hold a second here.
Hi there, Chuck Parson here. Are you or someone you care about planning to go to college? Have you considered starting out in a community college? Well, consider it. Four-year colleges are expensive, and less than half of high school graduates are admitted to them every year. Besides, after 2 years in a community college, you could transfer to a four-year college and have your degree for considerably less. But there's a secret behind why community colleges are so much less expensive. The truth is, they keep costs down by relying on part-time, poorly paid teachers. And the problem with that is that it affects the quality of education negatively in a big way. First, how many members of the faculty work part-time? 3 out of every 4. These teachers look exactly the same. They have exactly the same qualifications. What's the difference between them? It's in how much these instructors are paid. A full-timer is paid triple what an instructor is paid for teaching exactly the same course. $7,000, $2,500. Here's what an instructor is paid compared to other personnel at Colorado's community colleges. Based on a 40-hour work week, the Colorado Community College System president makes $406,000 per year plus benefits. The average college president, and there are 13 of them, makes $200,000 per year plus benefits. A full-time faculty member makes $69,000, including benefits. An instructor working 40 hours per week through the spring, summer, and fall semesters makes $21,458 with no benefits. Here, by the way, is the poverty line. And why is it bad for education when teachers are so poorly paid? These teachers are all dedicated professionals with graduate degrees, publications, teaching experience galore. They do their best, but poverty-level wages prevent them from delivering the best education they could possibly provide. Here are the 4 reasons why. Reason number 1, because they are paid poverty-level wages, teachers must have other sources of income. 61% of Colorado community college instructors have second, third, and maybe even 4th jobs. This means that many have to rush off after class to their next job. No time to linger with students and provide a little extra help or advice. Reason number 2, there is more to teaching than delivering lectures. Good teaching requires thought and preparation. Grading papers, supplying thoughtful comments on student papers, attending conferences, and seizing professional development opportunities in order to stay current in one's field of expertise. Good teachers incorporate current events into their lesson plans. This is what 75% of good teaching looks like. Instructors who are working 3 or 4 jobs face monumental challenges just in finding adequate time to think and plan. Reason number 3, studies have repeatedly shown that community college students who are taught by instructors who are adequately paid result in higher student success, higher grade point averages, and higher graduation rates after they've transferred to 4-year colleges, which in turn results in greater success in finding employment as compared to students who are taught by overworked, underpaid teachers. Reason number 4, Colorado's community college instructors are so poorly paid, many of them qualify for food stamps, Medicaid, housing assistance. Many of them shop at food banks. They go to work sick because when they don't show up, their pay is docked. Already working under the poverty line, they can't afford to lose a day's pay. What message does this send to students? Some Colorado Community College administrators and Colorado legislators have said if they can't afford to teach, they should get out of teaching. Well, they do get out of teaching in droves. The problem is better teachers are more experienced teachers. Their replacements are novices. And once these new teachers have gained experience, they realize that they can no longer afford to teach. So they, too, get out of teaching. It's constant turnover. It's cheaper for the college, but is that really what we want for our college students in Colorado? Constant instructor turnover? Wouldn't we rather pay them a living wage so that we can retain good, experienced instructors? If you want to protest what can only be described as a fraud on the public, which enriches a very few at the expense of low-income, first-generation minority and underrepresented students and their parents, contact your state representative and senators. Tell them to require Colorado community colleges to pay teachers at least a living wage. And tell your family, friends, and colleagues to do the same. Meanwhile, consider this. Can the community college system afford to pay teachers a living wage? Stay tuned, and you'll learn more of the Colorado community college system's dirty secrets.
Okay. Any questions then?
This video in support of Colorado Community College System adjunct faculty was brought to you by the American Association of University Professors.
I actually have goosebumps.
He's so wonderful, really. And if someone said they liked the cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caprice, where, when, with whom do you use this? Who is it targeted
Right.
to?
Well, so far we have had it sometimes on our laptop at a membership table in the hallway. We send it to reporters. We put it on our website. Originally, somebody had said we could send it to high school counselors, but we never really did that. But it's been wonderful just to portray the situation. And of course, we send it to lawmakers, right? And even though it might seem like, that I should talk a little bit about numbers. Like in activism, you always think that you need to be reaching like thousands of people. If you reach 4 or 5 people that month that are really influential, that's good, right? And having something like this in your hip pocket to show to a reporter when you meet them for coffee, that makes an impression. And then of course I can email it to them and they can look at it again. So it's one of those education pieces that we use here and there really. And it's tough because the figures have changed like that. We made that a couple of years ago. So the salaries for the administrators are far higher now, whereas adjunct wages haven't risen.
Caprice, this is Leah again.
Yes.
I'm thinking, well, for one, that was fantastic and devastating and moving. Just congratulations, such great work. But I'm thinking full-time faculty would be an audience for it, because I think there are woefully too few full-time faculty who really put all of these pieces together and recognize how it affects everything we do for our students. Right. When you talk about the deprofessionalization of the academy, they don't understand what that means. And similarly, even for a good number of the part-time faculty too, that, you were mentioning before about how important it is to educate your faculty, the part-time faculty, and I feel it's all the faculty, right? All of
Yeah.
them need education
Yeah.
and understanding it. So I saw it as a great piece to really open eyes of full-time faculty to understand why we have to advocate so hard for part-time faculty when we're in negotiations. So thank
Good
you.
point. Yes, good point. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. And especially in the community college system, we don't have tenure. It's just a job, it's just a job that you have. We have what's called at will. So we're all at will employees, but none more so at will than adjuncts, of course. But the full-timers have no protection. There's only about 150 or so full-time faculty in the community college system statewide. And this is a system of 140,000 students. So the full-timers really have been strangely reluctant to join AAUP and work with us because, the administration carries on a vendetta against the AAUP all the time. I have full-timers who I'll go to a Senate meeting at another campus and the full-timers won't sit by me and this kind of nonsense. And I catch them in the hallway and say, what was that all about? Well, we don't want to be seen as collaborating with you. It's kind of like cooties in kindergarten. And I, of course, I just shut all that down, but we are pushing against that. Yeah.
Caprice, one of the things, I know you I still have my box of Kleenexes. Did you show your box of Kleenexes?
Oh, I don't have one here. It's
I
out.
have mine.
I forgot about the Kleenex. Yep.
So you have to know that I brought this bag of Kleenex, or box of Kleenexes back on the airplane with me
That's awesome.
from Washington. But this is one of the things that Caprice gave out. You can see she put all of the, these are all different legislators. Am I correct on that?
Those are the members of the governing board.
Those are the members of the governing board. Join our AAUP of the CCCS chapters. She's got more information wrapped and taped around the back. Here's, AAUP membership on the side, but I mean, it's a box of, it's a box of tissues.
Yeah.
And it's all taped up really nice. So no matter what you do to this box of tissues, I'm pretty sure it's watertight.
Yeah.
And this is something, could you just share what you do with this, Caprice?
We don't have chapter dues. We just operate on a shoestring. So I'm always trying to think of things we can do, not just me, but everybody in our chapters. We're trying to think of things we can do that are inexpensive. So a few years ago, the president put out the president at our campus, which is the biggest campus, Front Range Community Campus, put out an email like, come on down to the cafeteria next week, free flu shots for everybody, bring your kids, bring your husbands, free flu shots for everybody. And so I wrote to him and said, does this include adjunct faculty? Absolutely not. It's just so vicious. So I thought, well, that constitutes a public health hazard. So I wrote to a few legislators, and long story short, we got flu shot vouchers. So then I was giving out flu shot vouchers to adjunct faculty, but they had to know me or find me, and it was very hard to get the word out. So the reason I'm mentioning that is everything horrible that happens is actually just gold waiting for an activist to use. So that's a problem. Flu season is a problem. The other horrible thing that our college does is they don't put Kleenex in the classrooms, and every student is in there sneezing and coughing, and you've got to have Kleenex in a public classroom, and they don't supply it. So I started looking around at generic Kleenex boxes, which are white, blank canvases, just waiting for somebody like us. So I bought like 20 boxes of Kleenex as just an experiment, and then I just printed out some information about the governing board. Every year we do different things. In that particular case, it was the governing board. And then I just tape it to the Kleenex boxes with packing tape, that real thick clear plastic tape and put those in some classrooms with our ninja team. It goes in the morning like I described, put some in the classroom and just see the response. And so it's easy enough to put, contact, Mark or Melinda or Caprice, whatever. It's easy enough to do that. And people will contact us and thank you, I didn't know that. And then it gives AUP visibility. And what's wonderful is it's enduring because people will leave those Kleenex boxes in those classrooms all semester because they need them. So it's really a wonderful tool. Who would have thought a Kleenex box could be so useful, but it is.
I think that's one of the things that I appreciate most about the work that Caprice does is that it's just so practical. Like the M&Ms, like amazing things that she does with the M&Ms and other things. And I have the flashcards here too.
Yeah.
Here, what is AAUP? So you flip it over and here's a description of what AAUP and how is the AAUP organized? And you flip it over and it gives an answer there. So these are really nicely done and they're in color, which makes them really flashy and useful.
Yeah.
And I think that, these are just, you're a journalist by training, if I'm not mistaken. And,
right.
A lot of this is just really, really good PR practices.
Right. And we created the flashcards because we had so many questions about the AUP at our own little events and people unfamiliar with the AUP. So we decided to make the flashcards so that people could maybe have that as a chapter activity or something to do on a plane with somebody. And, even at a little pub with 2 or 3 other adjuncts just for fun to see how many questions you can answer correctly. And then at the back of the box of flashcards, I think I included 9 or 10 blank flashcards. So you could make flashcards for your own chapter or your own state conference.
Yes.
So, that's something fun. Yeah. So.
And is it possible for you, I have the cookbook and other things in my box back there. I don't want to really get up and cook it. Do you have one handy that you could just?
I could go out and get one for you in a few minutes.
So, do you have anything else? I mean, we've got some more time allotted for you here, Caprice. Do you have anything else you want to share? Could we move into questions specific to your, the other things that you're doing and things that people would like to know? Sort of the nuts and bolts pieces.
Yeah, I mean, ask away. I have, I think I told you that Johns Hopkins asked me to write a book, and so I've been thinking a lot about, why we're doing it this way, how we're doing it this way, where these ideas come from. I think I shared this with David last time I saw him. I read some books about gangs because I realized that my colleagues and I are kind of like people who would join a gang. We don't belong where we're supposed to belong. There's no community at home or in our neighborhood that really support us. So we are ripe for joining a gang. And the AUP is kind of, and I'm not saying this, we're not a gang, of course, but some of the psychological trauma of not belonging where you should belong, where you're devoting your life work is just so incredibly disturbing. So everything that's disturbing, I'm finding, is an opportunity for organizing and for making connections. I guess it's natural because I'm the oldest child in a big, Irish Catholic family, and I was always in charge of entertaining everybody at every kind of confab. So I guess I've been doing this since I was like 2 or 3 years old, but it's just natural for me to see problems and see how we can turn them into opportunities for having some fun and building bonds with one another. There's such an aching need right now for faculty to just see one another and be with each other and support one another. And it doesn't have to be very complicated. meeting for a cup of coffee or a beer somewhere is helpful. I do want to add the caveat here, though. We had some pub crawls for a while, and I just can't stand them. I have to say that. You can't be meeting at a pub without some kind of organized thing you're going to talk about, some kind of handout, some kind of games you're going to play in a separate room. Don't be meeting at pubs, because all those big screens, and pretty soon people are looking at the waitresses or the ball games, and that you don't want to do that. But meeting in informal places, I call them demilitarized zones, because there aren't any administrators there. It's really important. We've had picnics. One of the most successful things we've had is we've had Halloween Scrabble parties. Scrabble, it turns out, is really a primo organizing tool, because faculty will just fight. They'll just fight and get very animated about, that 4-letter word or that 6-letter word and how many points it'll be. And it's fun to see them get so exercised about these things. So I have a Halloween party, of course, not this year, but I have a big Halloween Scrabble party for faculty at my house. And you get double points for any words that are like spooky or ghost or, Halloween words. And we have prizes, tea towels and candles with ghosts on them and stuff like that. You just go out and buy that stuff, because secretly, it turns out that secretly really tough bachelor professors really do want a tea towel with like skeletons on it and stuff. They just are too embarrassed to go buy them, I guess, but they'll fight over them in a Scrabble game. And so we've had a lot of fun and done a lot of bonding in our Scrabble games. We had a couple too around Valentine's Day, which was also fun. It's important too to find places that you can meet that aren't so academic, because we have enough of that. And so we have a membership at the press club. We meet at libraries. That movie or that film that you saw was filmed up at a tiny city hall in the mountains at some little former ghost town that I was able to convince some city clerk that her town could help support higher education by letting us use that room. So we had to do that because the videographer lived way up in the mountains. But then again, that whole team, there were about 6 of us, that was an opportunity for bonding. All that long car drive, and I'm finding that long car drives are primo terrain for activism. Those people are going to be in the car with you for a long time, so you can talk about AAUP and higher education, and what are they going to do? They can't escape. So I've done a lot of stuff like that, and convince some people. And I mean, I think when you're really truly focused and really sincere, that people can pick up on that. They can see that there's an opportunity here. There's a tremendous passivity, I guess it's called slacktivism or laid backtivism in our world. Like, people will go online and go to Facebook or something, and they'll, make an angry face or tell somebody to fuck off and think, well, I've done my activism for the day. And that's not even activism. But some people think that's enough, and it's not. And a lot of adjuncts will say to me, we just have to get a paper, a front page story in the paper, or we just have to get it on the news. Well, we've been on the news. We've had front page coverage. Local Rocky Mountain PBS did a half-hour feature on us, and they followed me to the food bank and saw me buy groceries. And that stuff kind of goes off the public radar after that day. The market, the audience for all this activism is really one another. It's just one another. So any kind of thing you can do to help people know one another. And we are keen, by the way, on wearing our AUP pins all the time, because it's surprising how people will see you in a coffee shop and they'll sort of, hey, aren't you the candy people? Or what's the AUP doing? They kind of have some sort of fuzzy notion of AUP, but because we're so atomized, we run into the building, teach our classes, run out. We don't know each other. And especially in a community college where the adjuncts look exactly like the students, we're all wearing old clothes. We're all driving old cars. You know, you don't know who's a teacher and who isn't. So wearing that AUP pin really makes a difference. I mean, it does. People don't think about how important those little pins are, but they're very important, right? And I have an AUP pin on my, a bumper sticker on my car, and I don't have a picture of it here. I should. You know, when I open the trunk of my car, there's a big AUP banner. In fact, it's that one that's behind me here. It lifts up on my trunk, and I have all this membership stuff in the trunk of my car so I can fling things out to people in the parking lot. So I've rambled on about a number of things here, but I guess the takeaway on that is just make it a priority and think of what you can do. Yes, Kleenex boxes, M&Ms, you know, what else? You know, of course, I would love to have somebody donate a panel truck so I could make the adjunct junker, and I could be a feature in the parking lot with, you know, hand out coffee and donuts every morning, and or some certain mornings. You know, you could really do a lot if you had an adjunct junker, but we don't have that yet. But it's something we're dreaming about.
Caprice, I have a question.
Mhm.
How do you counter fear
Yeah.
among the faculty? I mean, fear is real,
Right.
and I think that's one of I just think that's one of the hardest things to counter, because sometimes faculty are so grateful for, you know, a simple thing, and this is a much larger picture. So that fear of reprisal is something that's tough. So how do you do that?
Right. Well, that goes back to wearing the AUP pin in some ways. Like, I've been at this for 7 years, and my colleagues with me, we have a core group of colleagues and you know, we're not gone. We still have classes. You know, we're really good teachers too, but you know, it's how to address it is in the doing of it, I suppose, because it's counterintuitive. The more visible you are, in some ways, the more protected you are, because then if administration comes down on you, well, then they have to, they'll be accountable for that, especially when you have alliances with the state legislature and local media. You know, the more people know about your situation, the more hell you can raise when something goes awry, which is what we do. Like, you know, we create a lot of trouble, right? So there is a lot of fear, and you know, I talk about that sometimes, like in my handouts. You know, I know you're afraid, so come to the Scrabble party. There's not going to be administrators there, you know, or come to this thing we're going to have over here at this park. You know, we do some of that. Still, fear is a big thing, and also where we are, because one of the presidents in the Colorado Community College system was actually what do you call it? A vote of no confidence by the faculty at he was run out, and that was an AUP initiative at his college in Alabama or whatever it was. So he has spread a lot of misinformation about the AUP. And there is a lot of fear, and I don't know what to do except just be fearless yourself and just keep being out there. And it helps when you have things like, we never, and I would never do this. I would never call an administrator an SOB, or, you know, use any foul language. You know, all of our language is very carefully crafted about, we all want the same thing. We want stability for faculty. We're all focused on student learning. You know, we're always trying to make overtures in our language, especially to anybody who's reading it, that we're on the good side. We're not here to hurt the school or hurt the state. We're here to help, and look at how we have been helping. We've been teaching for years. What we want is a fair wage now and a seat at the table. So by asking for real reasonable, very reasonable things, and by being very above board and classy about it, I think that helps. Some people are just going to stay afraid, and I have colleagues who are still afraid, and I don't pay attention to them anymore. I don't listen to them. I don't think about them. they're either going to get on this bus or not. And I don't spend a lot of time worrying about them. I only, I guess I learned this in undergraduate school, there's the late adapters, the early adapters, that kind of thing. I'm always thinking about the ones on the edge, the forward leading edge. And it doesn't take hundreds. You'd be surprised what 10 or 12 people can do.
One of the questions I have, Caprice, is around adjuncts, contingent employees who are also graduate students. Because I know that they're even, and they have another level of vulnerability that comes into play there, based on my experience,
Right.
and when you're threatened that you're not going to get your graduate degree because of the activist work that you've been doing or speaking up and speaking out. Do you have, what has been your experience in your work there with, do you have many graduate students? You're at a community college, right? So
Right.
you don't have graduates necessarily, well, you might have graduate students that are adjuncts, but they're not graduate students at that institution. Correct? They may be getting their PhD elsewhere and are serving as adjuncts at your college.
A few, there are a few like that. There's a few. Not many. And we don't have any. The graduate students who work where I work, they're on the same pay scale that I'm on. So yeah, now as Colorado Conference co-president, of course, my awareness is being raised about the graduate students' plight, like at CSU and CU. And yeah, it's a shame that the higher education is feeding on us young now, and that's just a sad comment about higher education. So yeah, and we don't have the situation in the community colleges like that. So I don't really talk about it much at all in our publications. Our publications and our press releases and all of our communications are focused on the adjunct faculty. And most of them, it's just heartbreaking when you hear about some of their situations. Right? I interviewed a woman the other day and this is not uncommon to have a lot of adjunct faculty who are mothers of special needs children. And the reason they go into adjunct work is because they need to be home with the kids or the kid, and they can't really leave. They're kind of nailed to the house. And she's been teaching every single semester for 16 years. She said, Caprice, I haven't had a vacation in 16 years. And she started crying. And I have 2 other friends who have special needs kids. So this is just an abomination. And what's surprising is some of those people are the most fearless because they are really backed into a corner. And so I have nothing but the highest respect for them and sympathy for their situation. And of course, my job as an activist is to make that information more public. Right.
What other questions do people have for Caprice? It can either be, sort of nuts and bolts questions or more philosophical nature, but we want to be able to tap into her expertise while we have her here. Go ahead, Ann. You need to unmute.
This is not philosophical, or this is a very practical question. Caprice has been doing this for a long time, and some of us know her, for a long time. And she actually was a vice president, the second vice president of the AAUP national for, I don't know, maybe 6 years. And unfortunately, with necessary restructuring of national, there are fewer officers. And there is, to my knowledge, there's no longer a community college person or an adjunct as part of the national elected leadership. And, I think that is a really big loss, not only because of the fact that, I mean, community colleges are on the front line
Mhm.
in this, and we all know, you look for the weakest link
Right.
and the easiest target to
Mhm.
make your inroads. And, I, along with some other people on this meeting, have a good fortune of being in a CUNY system where, number one, the community colleges are part of the university system.
Mhm.
We are not separated from our senior colleges, our graduate schools, or our medical schools. We have union. We have comparable salary scales. I mean, we have it hard enough struggling to keep our community colleges from being turned into workforce development institutions. And obviously our adjuncts are terribly exploited, and the numbers of part-timers are going up, and we're losing the tenure lines. We do have tenure, but our adjuncts don't have they have these 3-year contracts, but in pandemic economics, that this whole pandemic, we know, is being used to cut, and let go people. But my question is, I've been so impressed with the creativity and the idea of fun, all this idea of bringing fun into our work lives, and the creativity. I mean, has AAUP National, maybe David, can speak to this, have your ideas here been picked up, supported financially, but also supported in terms of expanding these things to help other chapters? I guess, I don't know. I haven't been at National for a while.
Right.
And
Well,
when are we going to get back a community college and an adjunct officer in our national leadership? I mean, that's a rhetorical question. I don't think anybody can answer that here. But I made that point during the restructuring, and
yeah. Well, I'm always writing articles for the Academe blog about things that have happened and how we made them happen or not happen. And it's hard to convey fun on the Academe blog, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of ponderous. But yeah, I mean, I think people are just hurting to have some fun. They're hurting to find a friend. One of our mottos is make noise, make friends, make a difference. So yeah, it's tough, and I'm sure it's this way in a lot of other organizations too. People have forgotten that they need one another, and that homemade what do you call them, board games can be fun. And it just takes somebody with some spark to go ahead and put it together, and go ahead and try to get something going. But it's a challenge. It is a challenge. And I think especially in 2020, we're so afraid even to be with a new person or to talk to because of the virus. But yeah, I think we do have a fun deficit. We obviously do have a fun deficit, and we're all hurting from that. But again, everything that's wrong is an opportunity for an activist to make some friends and make some noise and put something together. Yeah.
That's great, Caprice. I really, your enthusiasm and your dedication, your creativity, When the tough get going, when the going gets tough, the tough get going attitude, I think is just so incredibly inspiring. And I am immensely grateful that you were able to join us this morning and share all of your knowledge and your inspiration and everything.
Thank you.
And the whole group hug type of thing.
Thank you.
If anyone else, again, you can share your chat. I put this in the chat box. If you would like to save the chat, which saves all your resources, I encourage you to do that. We are recording this to make a copy. But are there any other questions? If not, I think we're going to take like a quick 2-minute break as David gets his things set up and people can run and use the restroom, grab a cup of tea or coffee or something, and join us back. So are there any other questions for Caprice? We will have a Q&A at the end. So if you do, you can hold that as well if it can be held.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Sally.
All right, great. So let's take, yes, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Caprice.
Caprice.
Mhm, thanks.
Absolutely. So again, Caprice will be here for the Q&A at the
Yeah.
end. David's going to get set up. I'd encourage you each to just get up, stretch a minute. David asked us what we were doing for self-care today. I am going to run downstairs just to do that. And we'll meet back here. It's 10:36. David's ready to start at 10:45 at the latest, but please be back here before that so he can start exactly on time. Okay? Great. Thank you.
Good thing for this because I didn't realize where the time went.
Welcome back, everyone. Those are my tinctures that gentle way of reminding everybody that we're coming back to the meeting. I hope you all took a few minutes to get yourself either some tea or coffee or an apple or something healthy. I have to say I grabbed one of my homemade cookies that I made that I was teasing Anne with yesterday. So healthy homemade cookies. I know, Anne. I'll make you cookies next time I see you.
Checking my mailbox.
I will.
No.
I can mail them, right? I can.
No, of course not. I'm just joking. I have to stay away from that stuff for a while.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I realized I forgot to introduce myself at the beginning. I just figure everybody knows who I am. So I'm Sally Deer-Healy. I'm the Executive Director of the New York State Conference. We are entering the second half of the morning presentation for our fall 2020 conference. And I'd like to welcome David Kociemba, who is an AAUP national staff person as an East Coast organizer. So we had a wonderful presentation this morning by Caprice Lawless. And again, this is being recorded. So if you missed this morning presentation, we will make that available to anyone who is interested. So David, welcome.
Thank you. One of the things I'd like to try and do as a bit of a sort of a technique is to make this a bit more interactive than my usual stuff is I want you to open up the chat box on your screen. It's sort of down screen center, right by participants, because I'm going to ask you at periodic points to sort of not talking to me per se, but more talking to each other. And sort of getting a group sharing going on here. And so what I'm going to want you to do is to remember or brainstorm. Typically, I'm going to be asking you to remember an organizing campaign that you've been a part of. Maybe it was a shared governance vote. Maybe it was defending someone's academic freedom. Maybe it was around reopening this year. Maybe it was in bargaining and it was a contract campaign. Maybe it's not one that you've run, but one that you're thinking about doing either next semester or next year. And so what I'll periodically ask you to do is to quickly type something brief into the chat as an example from that campaign or something that you are inspired to sort of think about there. And the goal for this is for you to sort of be interactive and be thinking your way through what I'm going to be talking about in terms of effective remote organizing. but this will also inspire other people, I think. And this is, I hope, will work out as sort of the ways the chapter works, which was we are smarter together. And so this is something that I'd like to give us a try with. And we'll sort of go from there. Now, let me sort of get into the PowerPoint for a brief bit here. Well, not so brief. And remember, there will also be Q&A afterwards as well. But if there are questions that you have as we go, feel free to sort of bring them up. I may not be able to see, I can only, as you all know from many of from your experience on Zoom, I can only see about 3 of you at any one time. All right, so this is about creating effective remote organizing campaigns. I am an East Coast organizer. I'm sort of the bad luck charm of the AAUP National as I started in 2016. So it's been a rough couple of 4 years, but before that, I too was an adjunct organizer. I was chapter president for a collective bargaining unit in downtown Boston called Emerson College, called AFEC AAUP. And I have been where many of you are. I've been in the union organizing this, but I've also been in chapters that were in real trouble. And that was sort of my start, because I got elected with a landslide vote of 11-0. And this is in a unit of over 200 adjunct faculty. So you can tell that like participation rates were rock bottom. And we went into bargaining in during the 2007-2009 double dip recession. And largely, I think because the administration didn't put in much effort to try and crush us, we ended up coming out of that with keeping our cost of living increases and getting a new professional development fund. And we were able to leverage that to Brian and myself. Brian was still a great organizer at that union. And he and I were able to get trained up by National, get some support around this. And we were able to use some of the organizing techniques that I use in my trainings today around membership organizing for membership campaigns. To, in 2.5 months, go to 69% dues paying members at an adjunct union. And that led us to have a ton more leverage. Now, I'll grant you, this is not the CUNY system. This is 200 faculty in about 3 buildings. And yet there is still some of the challenges that Caprice was talking about of massive amounts of turnover. We lost 20% of our unit every 4 months. We often got them back as employment is cyclical, especially in the Boston area. But there were some sort of challenges that sort of go along with that. So if you're interested, email me and we can talk about in-depth training and strategizing sessions for your chapter, especially in terms of after the Thanksgiving break to prepare for next semester. So I wanted to sort of start with that. All right, so if you could throw into the chat what institution you're coming from and whether you're union or advocacy chapter. Yes. There's the chat function. Great. PSC's in the house. You'll be seeing some stuff from your organizing. Dutchess, Manhattanville, great. Buffalo State SUNY, awesome. All right, let me do this. All right, Scuca, Syracuse. All right, Nassau. So this is the agenda that we're going to be going through. The fundamentals of organizing strategy. And then I'll go through in a much greater depth using inspiring actions by your colleagues here in state and in neighboring states like New Jersey and Vermont, but also Ohio and Oregon. And there'll be a questions and answers period. I do have some stuff on media technology. And despite the fact that I taught media at Emerson College, I taught media studies. So I'm emphatically not the person that you want to be going to for tech support or how-tos, but I'll have some materials on how to sort of do some of this from this and Monroe community. All right. So, and there's, when you get the slides from Sally and Mary Rose in the conference, there'll be some additional materials in the appendix. So the first thing is to, when you're doing an issue campaign or a contract campaign, whichever it is you're doing, is to think about what a win looks like. And there are two kinds of wins: the aspirational win that you start with and the acceptable win for now. Now, an aspirational win should be realistic but bold. And realistic, by which I mean you're not organizing for world peace. What you're organizing for is a specific policy change, but it should be bold, maybe like a landmine ban, to use the sort of world peace metaphor. And you also want to do these requests because, excuse me one second, you can't get what you don't ask for. Fight for 15 was a fantasy until it started getting pulled off and they started doing organizing that really took off in New York State. And now it's sort of metastasized and gone across the nation like a really positive virus. And so at the end of the day, however, you have to improve conditions at the end. So you need to define what an acceptable win is. And you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And you can't get, it's what you can get, not all you wanted. Now, you have to make sure that you do some internal organizing in your chapter or union to make sure that you sort of get people on board with the acceptable win, and phrasing it as the acceptable win for now is an important part of doing that. But this is the next interactive component, is in the chat. I'd like you to sort of post in with this campaign that you're thinking of, can you type in the chat what your president needs to say yes to your demands? And this could be something like the decision maker needs a concession or praise or good PR. Prestige of being innovative is often one of the sort of the sweeteners that will help administrations say yes to you. And sometimes in neoliberal institutions, it's just numbers that they can take to their board of trustees. So if you could, about this organizing that you're sort of thinking of, what do you think your president would in general need? Is it praise? Is it good PR, prestige? What do you think your decision maker or president or board of trustees chair needs? Yeah, that's a great example. Retention uptick, good PR, absolutely. Anything else? All right, money, yes. Sometimes in clawback situations or times of financial uncertainty, you're trading money for improved working conditions. And that's hard. So you have to make sure that those improved working conditions really help. And sometimes it's working with them, as Jeff is pointing out, that they need additional state and local funding. And sometimes you sort of build a partnership around that. And yeah, that's one of the increased morale. Caprice is absolutely right. That can be another way to sort of sell people on the productivity of advancing working conditions, especially around workload. Yes, appears to be is exactly right, especially in adjunct organizing. All right, so the next step is to think about your values. What values inform this proposal or this plan of action or campaign? Because values and principles unify. An example of this would be faculty working conditions or student learning conditions. And that phrase brings together faculty, students, and staff because you're talking about conditions that unify. And values and principles tell stories quickly. Like I said, I came out of Emerson organizing. I did some organizing as well with SEIU and Faculty Forward at Boston University because I was a faculty member there as an adjunct. And at Emerson, a lot of the organizing happened in two places. One was the copier. And so that was a great place to sort of chat with people while they were waiting for their class materials to copy. And it was also a great place to leave lit pieces. But in addition, one of the things that we did is elevator speeches, because Emerson isn't a lot of buildings and it's easily walkable, except it's all up. So our buildings are like 14 stories tall. So our organizing meant often you could either get your steps in by climbing 9 or 10 flights of stairs to get to your next meeting, or you could wait with the horde of people between classes. 15 minutes there to take the 3 elevators up and down. And so you would have 2 kinds of organizing speeches. One was for talking with people about their issues while you're waiting in line together. In a place so crowded, it was so noisy, it became private. And so you'd have like 5-10 minutes to talk with people about their issues and ways that they could get active on them. But the other one was sometimes you quickly got an elevator and you had about 45 seconds to a minute. And I found that to be really clarifying and helped me with my values, because you had to get to the point very quickly. If you had to know your values, and you had to know their interest, and you had to know their ask, and you had very little bit of time. This is actually also probably good training for talking to the press, where we've been told 7 seconds or less is a rubric for being quotable. So here's some sample values from the AUP. Academic freedom is a classic for us. Freedom is a very unifying term. Safe learning conditions, I always sort of extend that to say safe learning conditions are the only effective learning conditions, as a reason to sort of why work safety matters for retention and matters for things like that. One Faculty campaign is a classic around this. And importantly, you're not sort of describing the perfect now, you're inspiring people to reach towards a better tomorrow. And so that's where places like Solidarity comes in. So for this, I was wondering if you could type in the chat a value or principle from one of your campaigns. Faculty voice, that's a great one. Transparency, that's a great one. One of the things that I use when talking with chapters, academic freedom, a classic, one of the values that I use is I say that membership is leverage to get your ideas a fair hearing. Membership, I'll shorten that to membership is leverage. And that's one of the ways like you communicate very quickly to people why membership matters. And that there are some things that like this is what your dues go towards, is towards leverage. Cross-rank solidarity is a great one. Having a legal support structure. Yeah, good management is collaborative, equity, best practices. These are all great. So we have that. Let's go to the next slide, but feel free if you've got a good one to throw them in there. So the next one is who are you talking to? And you want to identify very early in the process primary and secondary audiences, and this is from Beautiful Rising. I've already promoted their book, Beautiful Trouble, but Beautiful Rising is a great great activist website for this, and they have like short readable blurbs that give you the sense of what power mapping is and how to do direct action and things like that. So if you're looking for sort of activity and real real funny anecdotes as well as tragically serious ones, it's a great site for this. But what you're looking for is who makes the decision, and that could be trustees, the president. And so if you could throw in the chat, like where does the buck stop on your campus? Who is the person where the buck stops ultimately on your campus or in your institution, for those of you who are at SUNY? The trustees, the president. Every once in a while at certain kinds of institutions, there'll be someone behind the board, sometimes that'll be legal. Sometimes it'll be city and state, like Governor Cuomo. And sometimes it'll be like a provost who's sort of a Wormwood president, behind the scenes. Yeah, and one of the things, yeah, where the trustees come from is a sort of always a good sort of answer to who the trustees are answerable to or influenced by. And so that's the other thing to sort of think about. If you could throw in the chat, who influences the people that you just mentioned? Like, who are the groups or individual types that influence them? Politicians, yeah. Anyone else? Elected officials, yeah. Community members, excellent. Alumnus, alumni, absolutely. Chancellor, absolutely. Great. Some other, sorry, I had almonds. Should not have done that. So, for an example for alums at Emerson for the tenure line unit, decades ago, like in the 80s or 90s, they were having a tough contract negotiation, and Ed Asner wrote in to the alumni office and said, "I'm holding on to my check, my annual donation this year until I see a fair contract." And that sometimes, if it's a very important alum, it only takes one. Often, in cases like Hampshire College AAUP, it'll take an uprising from alumni to push back on the board, on the trustees. But it's also, of course, if parents start writing in and students start writing in, that gets the attention of a lot of different constituencies in higher ed administration. Many of you talked about PR and media. That can be an influence them, and they influence the decision maker. It can sometimes be faculty governance, especially particular panels or very important faculty. Not to be rankist, but we do know that there are groups of faculty that administrators listen to more than others, as sad as that might be. But also you may find allies within administration. Perhaps it's in the accommodations office for work safety. Perhaps it's diversity and inclusion for something around Black Lives Matter and its importance to students. So there's that, but you're also looking, if you do this kind of power mapping, you're looking to see maybe that board member sits on a ballet board where one of your dance faculty, where they know one of your dance faculty. Maybe someone has kids on the same team as a key administrator's kids, soccer, baseball, hockey, whatever. At Plymouth State, during their contract campaign for their first, for this contract, one of the key organizing places was the Jazzercise studio on Main Street in Plymouth, up in New Hampshire. So this is one of the things to do. So now we're going to go into a few sort of last bits on the strategy part, which is make sure you've identified the right issue. What issue is broadly felt? But also what issue is deeply felt. And sometimes you have deeply felt ones that you take on that are not broadly felt because they're that important. You also want to match this to, well, before that, my example of the difference between this is always parking. Parking is the B- of issues. Everybody has an opinion about it. And some people feel quite passionately and deeply about it, but nobody is going to go on strike for parking, with one exception that I'm aware of, which is that UMass Boston did a parking strike around this. And so this kind of a thing, you want to sort of figure out what is the Venn diagram of broadly felt and deeply felt. And sometimes you have to pick things that are not as broadly felt because they're too difficult to pull off with the capacity you have now. You have to build up a track record of wins, and you have to make sure people know about them, which I'll talk about in a second. And so you want to be thinking about that. And sometimes, such as with fighting racism on campus, even if you can't win, you need to fight and be seen fighting. There are certain issues that you have to sort of go down fighting because faculty want to see their chapter in it to fight. And sometimes you fail forward, as Caprice has talked about in the past. So if you could type in the chat what your issue is in 5 words or less, like what is the issue that you've been thinking about during this? What are you trying to win? Is it retrenchment? Staving off retrenchment. Excellent. And fear and lack of solidarity. When people are afraid, people get very much I got mine rather than feeling solidarity. So winning on retrenchment has a transformative effect. Paid governance, that's an AAUP principle in the committee's recommendations on how to integrate shared governance. Great one. Faculty input on budget. Budget transparency is the most black box that you're going to get in higher ed. Making governance voice matter and making it enforceable so that you're not just speaking but are also heard. Awesome. So these are issues that work for you. So the next thing is when you find volunteers, you have to sort of identify what it is, what their skill set is, what their available time is, and what their comfort level is. So there's a thing called climbing the ladder of responsibility. I got started by being asked to go to a movie. This is the easiest request anyone's ever made of me because it was a media studies professor. This is stuff that I did. And that documentary was the Freeway Flyers about the California adjunct organizing movement in the 1990s. And that's what got me started. Then I went to a meeting, which isn't a big ask. I voted on a contract, not a big ask. And then they made the tough ask, which I had to which they had to use silence to get me going and to agree to do this. But that was to leaflet the administration building. And that was tough. Especially tough when only 3 or 4 people showed up. But I'd gotten in the habit of saying yes. And I started feeling solidarity with my colleagues and I couldn't abandon them. As much as I was scared and didn't want to do it, I ended up doing it. And then they made what they thought was a really big ask, which was to call up adjuncts at night, say that I was from the union and ask for their credit card. And the reason was we were doing a union drive. We had a deadline. It was the last night. We needed to sign them up in order to activate a union shop clause in our contract. This was the mid-2000s. But little did they know this was not a big ask for me because I had worked for a market research firm the prior summer and I had spent 8 hours a day getting hung up on doing work that didn't matter. So this was not like, this was no never mind to me. However, if they had asked me to put together a website for AFEC AAUP, I never would have done it. I would have said no. And the reason is that it looks to me to be difficult, even with all the prefab websites on WordPress that you can do very easily. These kinds of things, I have a block about them and I feel like I'm not good at them and I'm reluctant to try and put the effort in on it. But my spouse has been doing that since the age of 7. So people are going to have different skills that are going to make a big ask, a small ask, and a small ask, a big ask. For her, what I do, just like this right now and going to offices and talking to strangers, that is a big ask for her. And so it was a big jump when she went out and stumped for Hillary in New Hampshire in the 2016 primaries. So I wanted to sort of mention that. And lastly, with their comfort level, especially with contingent faculty, especially during a pandemic, you want to accept their boundaries, but you also want to give them an opportunity to be a little uncomfortable and step beyond them. This is just like with your students. You have to accept where they're at. You have to deal with the student that is, but you also have to give them opportunities to sort of be brave. And accept them if they, say, I have childcare duties, I can't add another source to this paper. But you have to give them an opportunity to say yes. That's part of respecting their agency. This sounds complicated. Make a backwards calendar of escalating actions, but it's actually very familiar. This is a syllabus. This is what you should do for your campaign plan: is make a syllabus. Before the semester starts, you want to design, when your deadline is, when that vote has to be done by, when the contract becomes void. And you have an escalating series of tasks, just like you do in a syllabus, building towards exams. And you have periodic accountability measures called homework and classes. And classes are also time set aside for debriefing assignments and preparing people for the next one, just like you'll do with your team. And the goal for this is transformative change, whether it be for an individual, for a program, and sometimes you'll even have an implicit ask like join our major or take more classes in our program, things like that. So this is one of the things that I know is very difficult right now. After Thanksgiving is maybe the time to start to think about this, but I know that we have since March have been building the plane while we've been flying it. I get that it's very difficult. We're in the same position as organizers as well. But if you can, this is the biggest thing you can do, because then once you have that, you can go to your communications person and say, this is our plan. Can you start to put together a communication schedule as well? So you may feel tapped out, and we'll talk about feeling tapped out and how we get out of that space, but you need allies. And you have to show, sometimes you have to show solidarity before you get solidarity back, especially if there's a history there. And so by helping others, you also build your own capacity. And we'll talk about examples of that, especially in Ohio later on. But if right now, could you put into the chat on your campus or system a potential campus ally or an actual campus ally, like a student group or a union or a community group, something like, just put in an example in the chat right now. There you go, see it, CCSA, staff union, great. Any others? Okay, yeah, that can work, committee members. Yes, sometimes the Student Government Association is just another line on people's application for law school, but sometimes it's an organization that's just waiting to make their power heard. You never know till you try. Local politicians are great, librarians, so valuable. They are your best researchers and your best organizers. They are great on any bargaining team and great in any organization. Yeah, absolutely. So student groups are also a part of this. For us at Emerson, after we got our win and got our union shop clause, we were in negotiations in, I think, 2014, 2015. And one of the things we were encouraged to do by National was to seek out student groups. Now, Emerson is very liberal. And so we sought out the most powerful group on campus, which was the Campus Green Party. And they had been organizing, helping organize cafeteria staff the prior semester. And so we talked to them about our issues. A lot of them had no idea what an adjunct faculty member is, which is a key thing. Like, we may all know, but most students are not going to know what the structure of academia really is. And so we talked with them and they were appalled. They asked about some of our members and we're like, yeah, they're adjunct faculty. They're working on 4-month contracts because of their seniority level. So one of the things that they ended up doing was they ended up doing a petition to our faculty-friendly president, Lee Pelton, in support of a fair contract for us. Importantly, once they did that, they came back to us in the spring semester when the Ferguson protests hit Missouri and rolled throughout the nation. And when they were doing a student walkout in support of that anti-racism action, one of the things that they did is they asked, how can you help? And I was able to talk to our faculty, and I couldn't tell them what to do, but I could talk to the unit faculty and say, under the contract, here's how you can support what they're doing. And here's, practically speaking, how you can support what you're doing. And this is what I'm doing. I am doing this, and I think you should too. It's your call. So once you give solidarity, you have to give it back. Once you get solidarity, you have to give it back. It's a two-way flow. All right. Now, this may be where you're feeling right now. I've been there. And this is Tim Gibson. We're going to enter a Tim Gibson phase from Summer Institute Online, where I'm borrowing some of his chapters here. This may be where, whether you're a union or whether an advocacy chapter, where I call this the burnout model. And this is what he has to say about that. It's not sustainable. Where people, you may have members, you may have unpaying supporters, but if you are feeling burned out, this is probably the dynamic you're stuck in. And what we recommend is you need to grow to survive. And you need to move people from passive supporters to paying members, and from paying members to active members, either as department reps or in research committee members or doing communications, that kind of thing. And it may be that they don't make that big leap. Maybe they just start coming to meetings, but you have to always be prodding them to get active in ways that they can. And from there, you're moving towards being a part of core leadership. I lived the dream of stepping down as a president to move into AAUP, and 3 people ran for chapter presidents, and there was a contested election. It was collegial. It was great. People wanted the position, and this is what you want. This is you want your elections to be vibrant. You want them. You want to have the leadership pipeline continually be flowing, and so this is one of the ways to do this. If you ID your issues, I also want to talk about the white space here. These are either the uncertain faculty, or as you know, faculty are adept at sitting on the fence, but it could also be people who hate you and all that you stand for. They may be pro-management. They may just be ideologically opposed to unions. That's up to you to suss out. But even if you don't burn the relationship and ID their issues and act on their issues, even the people who oppose you might begin moving towards the center. At one chapter I'm working with, 2 people from the administration's bargaining team are now not only members of the union, they are active because we didn't burn those relationships. COVID is a transformative moment for the people in the white space in your faculty universe. It's time to go back to some of them, because you might find some natural leaders who won't not just come to you, but also get active and bring people with them. And this is why there's the saying in progressive circles, even if you lose, you win. You don't win necessarily on your issue, although sometimes you'll get a going away gift from an administration. But also you win because you build power for next time. You change the agenda for next time. You move the window of the possible for next time. You're always moving forward with this. So you move people from the edges to the center. That is your goal. Okay, so next, this is inspiring stories from the pandemic from your colleagues, and also some translations of how to make the old new again in remote organizing. So I'm using the Action Network here. You can certainly automate this if you'd like, but I'm talking about this in a different way. I want you to take out a piece of paper or like a napkin or whatever and just write down 2 names. Write down the name of your most active member. And then I also want you to write down the name of who's been newly active since the pandemic started. Those are the 2 groups of people that you want to be sort of thinking about following up with. You want to be thinking about who's attended your meetings, who's stopped, who went to testify at the legislature. Some people are just too busy, but if it's a time to talk to important people, they're always there for you. Some people would rather die than do that, but they will always sign your petitions. Who's the member that you'd send to a state conference meeting? Those are the ones that you sort of want to be identifying with. And so what I want you to think about is your chapter as an action network. Action Network and registration pages for events like this are the new sign-in sheets. And so what you have is you sort of design an event, and to start at 1 o'clock on this little chart, you have social media and emails with the link to the event invite, but they have to RSVP. This is for security, but it's also because you want to ask for personal emails, you want to ask for cell phone numbers. You hold the event, you've got a supporter list who was interested in coming but couldn't come, the registration list, you've also got the people who attended. For the people who attended, or the people you can ID as having downloaded the recordings, you want to cycle back to them and recruit members and liaisons. And so with this, events are demonstrations of your ability to turn out faculty to your community. You want trustees and presidents and administrators thinking, if they can pack the room for this forum, what will they do when they're really angry? But also events are invitations to build community with allies, to do public education with people who don't know about your issues. And so you want to know which allies came and follow up with them. And remember, for real power, you're aiming to build to 90% of the faculty doing something visible in opposition to your target to persuade the primary decision maker to say yes. And so you are going to sometimes, to build to 90%, have to be talking to people that are unpleasant to deal with. And so you're going to have to talk to the people who are not supporters and try and find common ground and see where your values align with theirs. So events are ways to build lists for contact info, but they're also ways to build lists of participation. Track participation as avidly as you track membership. Gather contact information that gets them off the server's phones. And so you can even do a census absent an event just to gather information about people. Personal phone and email. How can we best contact you is the way to phrase that maybe. Community group participation. Start mapping who's belonging to organizations that could write letters of solidarity or turn out in solidarity to a socially distant picket. Things like that. Skill sets is another thing to sort of gather information on and give people a chance to get active. So this is another example. Canva is a great place for preset, prefab illustrations and icons for social media sharing. This one is for the one screen right is from GMU AAUP on why public searches matter. Oh, sorry. And the poster is now the icon. And screen right allows you to sort of start using some additional, screen left allows you to start using some additional sources for images. So you want to put the visual in visual communication when you're online. This is from Monmouth. And with Monmouth, you can see that they've branded their reopening campaign. And we do this already with our chapter logo, with our letterhead, things like that. But what if we did the same thing with all of our campaigns? What if we had a brand for this? And so this is an opportunity to get your art and design faculty involved. It's okay if you say to yourself, I could never do something like this. I don't know how to begin. That I don't know how to do something is the perfect answer, because that gets you to go find someone who does and to do it. Gives them something that's in their wheelhouse that gets them active. This is the best kind of volunteer opportunity. Now, this is another example of this. So this is from United Academics of Oregon State University, and this was started as a poster campaign in local businesses to show community support for their first contract. But early in the pandemic, they got their members to start to support their bargaining campaign. They got their members to use this as their profile pic on Zoom meetings and change their name when they turn their camera off to reflect their membership in the union. And then they unveiled this at a Board of Trustees meeting. And this is sort of the digital equivalent of faculty wearing red for ed to one of those fake presidential town halls. But I also like describing this as an I am Spartacus moment. And so the Zooms can be a way, even though they've got you muted, doesn't mean you can't talk back. Also, I'll point out that the interminable Zoom meetings that you're in, that's the new Office drop-in. You've got them on the line, they can't leave. Use the private chat tool to try and set up a private organizing conversation later. Be courteous to your colleagues, try not to do it when something important's going on, but when it's interminable, that's a good time, or towards the end of the meeting, that's also a good time. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Again, from GMU, they had done shared office plan organizing pre-pandemic, and obviously the pandemic made this completely untenable, as they pointed out, screen left. This is what a shared office would look like when they reopen.
Okay, this is so interesting.
Screen right, you've got an absurd image of what seems to be an action figure being attacked by dried pasta. But it illustrated the role of competitive public searches and why they matter for presidential searches. So this is sort of a great way to sort of be humorous, because one of the things that you want is to not be an endless source of obligation and duty. You also want to build morale. as were people talking in humor, and these kinds of sort of quick visuals are a great way to do this. And so you want to avoid being a dense thicket of obligation. If you look at the sort of the social media stars, they have a heavy part of their social media posts are things that are fun or funny. And so these are some great examples. Memes are highly efficient modes of communication made more effective through repetition and cultural prominence. And so one of the things that you can do is use the sort of the essential features of memes to communicate really effectively when people are overwhelmed with information, because they work on brevity, contrast, visuals, and cultural familiarity. Now, the office at the right, it's very simple. You can do, you sort of generate memes. There's meme makers for you with the most popular ones of these. And it's just basically you take this thing on the right and you fill in a goal at the top and a solution at the bottom. Smile sells it. Marie Kondo was a thing and is still a thing. But again, what brings someone joy and what does not spark joy? The thing to the left is an example of something that may not land with faculty unless they are really into anime. And I taught anime and I'm not even recognizing this. And that's because I didn't know a ton about anime. I knew enough to talk about the genre. But you can see just from the context clues how they're using this. The top image, the woman there is her eyebrows indicate anxiety. She's faced a little bit at an angle to the viewer, and their piece of paper is all crumpled up. And contrast this with the sort of the powerful eyebrows, frontal facing of the woman at the bottom, and you've got sort of the contrast that you're trying to get there. Maybe your popular culture faculty or your avid media consumers are the ones that you would turn to for something like this. Instead of a union button, how about these? You could make your own. It's a great social activity of having regular mask making parties. And so this is a great way to sort of show solidarity and to sort of show visibility. And, you know, new academic semester is a great opportunity to do one of these campaigns to start the semester. It's a great gift too. If your chapter puts in for these, you could give them out as a sort of a semester warming gift, so to speak. Survey data, making the surveys new again. Regular surveys are great. Doing them regularly, they're low impact engagement. You can get counter data to the administration narrative. We just advertised them for the AAP masks. So look for that in the chapter leaders update coming out next week, I believe. And so there's a chance to ask people to get active on one of the things you want to add to these is always at the end have people it's a chance to ask people to get active on the survey's issues. Give them a chance to volunteer. And so you want to also have open text box, not just like sort of numerical rankings, because you want to give them an opportunity to teach you from their knowledge base about their issues. So the left one is just survey data, guzzied up, use of color and design to sort of make it more snazzy, visual, media, and shareable. The other two are giving space to illustrative stories or to telling argumentative points, because you're not just looking for data, you're looking for stories to tell your board, at the bargaining table, to your community. And so even more importantly, you want to, if someone tells a great story that you want to use, you want to maximize the opportunity to talk with them about it. So you want to use surveys to get them to give you contact information, and people are going to be more likely to give that to you, because if they're participating in a survey, they've already taken a step towards getting active. And surveys are about wanting something better. And you want to give them a chance to get active and give yourself a chance to talk to them, because testimonials work. These are two from Oregon, from faculty in support of bargaining campaigns. You can solicit them. You don't need to get them from bargaining surveys or from issue campaign surveys. And the audience for these is their own unit to sort of build fellow feeling and solidarity and activity. Humans of New York. however, is an excellent non-union example of a social media campaign of using interviews to emphasize the human. And that's one of the goals of testimonials as well. But the other one is this: speak truth to power. This is from one of the 70 odd faculty, full-time non-tenure track faculty that were given a 25% cut unilaterally early in the pandemic of their FTE. And just look at what this, this contingent faculty member has to say. This 25% cut in my salary means I will be worried about having enough money to buy food. I will be worried about paying for housing. I will be worried about paying for heat, electricity. I will be worried about my children. I wonder what your dinner table will be like next year. And testimonials are a great way to put a human face to austerity. Administrators do what they do and go to sleep at night to some degree because they've convinced themselves that they can see faculty as another line in a budget. And so this is a great way to do this. And with a lot of campaigning and other organizing that I'll be covering from United Academics of Vermont, they got 63 of these faculty restored to full FTE. So this is sort of a great example of how faculty can really sort of speak truth to power. Now, this is a lot of visual images coming forward here, but this is especially early in the pandemic, pre sort of anti-racism protests this summer, many of them. These are some examples of the use of the caravan as a socially distant mass protest. So Rutgers, down New Jersey way. Car horns make a lot of noise, especially when you circle the block where the president's house is. If you know where the trustees live, this is a great way to make sure you go to their home office and not an empty administrator building. Take the protest to where the power lives. In addition, what they were protesting was adjunct cuts, as well as healthcare employees working without proper PE. But also note the t-shirt design. That's a great design, and it's something that people want to be wearing on that campus as they're getting active, because it really speaks to sort of the twin concerns of that chapter, the fist and the pencil. You have UVM United car rally, lectures for a livable wage. If you have faculty that make sure that you want to have faculty, make sure their signs are securely fastened to their vehicle before they hit the highway. And so if you have faculty that regularly tailgate or are outdoorsy and are used to doing this kind of thing, turn to them for instructions on how to do this. And I have about 5 minutes more to go. And so we should have a goodly amount of time for Q&A. Here's some other examples here from that same rally. Note how a couple of dozen cars looks like an impressive turnout. And also look for messaging like chalk from the top. PSC CUNY, as you can see from this one, protesting 2,900 adjunct faculty jobs lost and many other horrible impacts of austerity on CUNY's diverse student body, staff, and faculty, is a family-friendly event. And you can see here that you can integrate fighting structural racism with your concerns, because especially at CUNY, they are one and the same. And of course, you can be ecological too. They had Google Docs for people to print out with starting points, turn-by-turn directions and maps, both for cars and for cyclists. And Ohio University, this was relatively early here as well. And Ohio University advocacy chapter had been agitating to save NTT jobs from austerity cuts prior to the pandemic. But when COVID hit their campus, what really energized their campaign was turning out people to support AFSCME as they were protesting 140 staff layoffs. Solidarity actions gather energy for chapters. They build your capacity to do the same, and everybody gets experience at doing things that they couldn't do alone. This is a great opportunity. Solidarity actions are awesome. How to plan them. So you need a press release and promotion. And I say that because you need to sort of make the job, as Caprice has been talking about, make a relationship with press and use this to sort of build that. But also COVID equals event-hungry reporters, especially those with visuals. And so one of the things that UVM found was United Academics there found that they got most of their talking points in the news article, which those of you who have worked with the press before know it's very difficult to get more than a couple of quotes in, but they got all of their talking points in because, again, they're looking for news. That's going to be the case again as once we get past the election as well. The more the merrier. You'll get social media coverage the more visual it is, but you also want to include staff, students, alums, and community members and other union and activist groups. Be safe, wear masks, maintain distance, but you also want to be clear. Oops, there we go. You also want to be clear, give maps, rally rules to everyone, as you can see there. Here's one as well. You need to have caravan leaders. And so this is a starting point. Note the sort of the balloons on the car to the right. So you want to designate stewards for traffic, stewards for media. You want to plan for a lead car and for backup lead cars, just like you would for, this is an unfortunate connection, but for funeral processions. You want to have maps, both digital and print. So you want to make it easy for people to participate and to have sort of a clear, orderly approach. Here's some other actions. We're down to the last few slides on this. Automated letters. You can make it easy with templates and people, and you all know how to do this. You can make it so that people can modify the letter that they're sending to the trustees or to the legislature, things like that. Alternative budgets. I think this got its start with Ohio University AAUP, but United Academics picked up on it. And so publicize your tactics. You never know if you who's going to pick it up and run with it. And so alternative budget proposals are now showing up in like bargaining for the common good for Connecticut State University chapters, where they're talking about a people's recovery. So you have a lot of people with this, especially if you have faculty who are in the business and finance departments. Those are people that are tough to get active, but this is their wheelhouse. And if you have a few members there who can get their colleagues to do this as a thought experiment, it's amazing what you can do with it. Letters from distinguished faculty. We all know that boards of trustees do not treat faculty equally, even if they should. So sometimes you're going to have to turn to the award winners in teaching and the endowed chairs for this kind of thing. You'll note that election turnout efforts are engaged in letter writing to help people vote, but also to help the post office. Sometimes the old is what's new. My favorite memories of organizing at Boston University with SEIU was drinking wine and writing postcards together. And legislative outreach, gathering statements of support. But just because you are in a crisis and are feeling maxed out, you should continue to do solidarity work. They had been fighting on Black Lives Matter since a flag was taken down in, I believe, 2017 in solidarity with staff, students, and more. And so solidarity actions, especially ones that you haven't done before, will bring to the fore a different kind of activist than the one that you've been organizing with thus far. They just haven't seen your issues as their issues. And this is a key thing in organizing. This is one of the last slides. This gives you some other sort of tactics. Op-eds, we're all good at this. Some of these are inspired by the book Beautiful Trouble and the associated website beautifulrising.org. Beautiful Rising, all one word, no capitalization. New School has just been around as a chapter since August, and they are under insane deadlines. And they are really facing an austerity budget of well over 25% budget cuts. And they got a piece on their struggle in New Republic this week. Having troubles getting your story into the paper? There's another option. Just place an ad. Local papers are surprisingly cheap. Also, quite frankly, student newspapers, you know who reads them? Administrators. They're scanning for trouble. Time to make them worried about what's coming next in the student paper. Public petitions like Penn State's AAP public letter got 1,100 signatures and jump-started their organizing. Tons of administrators are exaggerating their financial crisis, obscuring unrestricted funds in the endowment, and chopping the roots not at the top. Recruit your business faculty to do some financial myth busting. We have Understanding Institutional Finances, I think ghostwritten by Howard and Rudy, or you can take their Summer Institute training. And Rutgers AAUP AFT did an entire workshare proposal drawing on state policies, unemployment practices for the state, and CARES Act funding to present a pain-free way to do furloughs. And so when the administration went union busting and started chopping faculty jobs instead, they had the total moral high ground to take the fight to them. In addition, you have things like spamming the chat or the Q&A when you have those sort of AstroTurf, I feel your pain at presidential town halls, because just because you're muted doesn't mean you can't find ways to participate. In addition, you have things like petitions. Petitions can be hard for people who are feeling contingent. And one way to work around that is to do a majority petition, where the petition only goes out if a majority of the membership, majority of the faculty sign on. Have them take a picture as well to put a face to the budget line. So again, this is a way to sort of work with people to show power. And it gives you some real incentive to get everybody to sign up. Caprice is great about rebuilding the union hall, mask making groups, Zoom lunch hours, all of the suggestions that she was providing around that. This is a great way to sort of create social cohesion. I also want to point out two of the things that the state conference did. Again, as I pointed out, there's a lot of organizing to be had around helping faculty to apply for unemployment benefits. It's a great member service. It's one people feel ashamed to ask for, even though they shouldn't. And it's Connecticut State University chapters went to the wall with the state bureaucracy and the legislature and the governor for adjunct faculty eligibility. And they offered to represent adjunct faculty after the administration sort of said that they weren't eligible in their appeals process. Have faculty document their working conditions, make the invisible labor visible. This high flex nonsense, you've got to show what that's really like. The last four, for those of you looking for humorous ideas, I do love the frozen salaries ice cream truck. And a reminder with work to rule and strikes, you need 90% committed participation before you call that. You cannot just call one of these things. So you need to talk to the anti-union or pro-boss faculty. Here's some of the resources that we have that you'll get when we're there. This is who I am. And we'll talk about this perhaps during the Q&A session. And as a reminder, I just want to sort of leave you with this. Organizing is building power. And so you can get this and more in there. So with that, let's time to turn to the Q&A. Let me stop share. There we go. Yes, I will be providing you the copy of your PowerPoint. Sally, do you want to do the moderation of this?
I'm happy to do the moderation. We've had a number of comments coming in, which I think most of you are staying up with the chat. I know that people are posting resources and suggestions and things. I made a couple of comments about, we do have a committee on academic professionals, which is particularly helpful. I know that somebody had posted that they had studio art faculty. Sometimes people who are librarians also have faculty positions, but they're duly represented, and it's important to be able to have those resources. And there's been some chatter back and forth about the masks and when we will find them, and different ways that we can reach out and connect with people. I mentioned that the New York State Conference is currently using Action Network, but moving forward with that. So one of the questions that has come up is, Caprice is curious about the frozen celery ice cream truck. I think she wants her, what did you call it? The the adjunct junker, or you're muted, Caprice. So if you want to unmute and ask that question. I see wheels are turning for her right
Yeah.
now.
And I want to apologize for eating a rice cake during the Zoom. That was bad.
Never
But let's see. Yeah, I love this frozen salaries ice cream truck because it could come onto campus and, you know, so tell me more about that. Did you contract with a ice cream truck company or?
This is a story from Jamie Daniel.
Jamie,
and evidently
okay.
they did this out in Illinois. But it's a really great, great funny thing. And who doesn't like ice cream? And
Right.
you can use some of the techniques that Caprice is talking about,
Yeah.
of like having the like sort of the cups or the wrappers for the ice cream cone with agitational material or educational material on them, or you can just simply hand out flyers. This, in a less funny way, you can do this, well, assuming we have a vaccine, but pre-pandemic, my advice would have been to, you know, when faculty get dragooned into helping students move into dorms, this is an organizing opportunity because you have a chance to talk with students and parents, and you can give them stuff. And so, great way to hand out flyers or chapter swag as you're helping them lug furniture upstairs.
Yeah. Well, and I had two ideas while you were talking and wrote them down, David, like asking specific people to use their specific skills to do something that we need. So I am going to do that. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other ones? Any other questions?
Can raise your hand if you want, or type it into the chat box if you have a question. And if you don't have a specific question, just if there's something that you'd like to hear more about, go ahead, Ferdinand, go ahead.
Thank you. I have two related questions. One is, and thank you both for the wonderful presentations. One is that it seems like most of this is geared towards a particular campaign. You have a goal, you have an issue, you have something you need to mobilize for. And I was wondering what sort of the other side of that coin is, sort of just the low level engagement / conversation where you just have a continuous dialogue, say, with the university administration that is, and build some kind of relationship that is not centered on, here is this, you know, conflict issue and we have to sort of assert ourselves, but more like, how can we build a constructive relationship where some of these things are already being anticipated and where we just have, you know, that sort of ongoing thing. And related to that is in those institutions where the AAUP can only, you know, organize, or it has to be advocacy for tenure stream faculty and can only be union for contingent faculty. How do you bring those wings together, so to speak, so that even though you have to be to some extent organizationally separate, they can, you know, work together to, and thereby also increase the faculty solidarity instead of following sort of the split that the Supreme Court, you know, verdict inflicted on us.
Well, all right. With the first one, and Caprice, if you don't mind, if you want to take a crack at the second one, and then I'll follow you after you talk on the second one, but around cross-rank solidarity. But on the first one, this is the AAUP. We do recommend giving administrators at least an opportunity to act collegially. And so we always, just like with your students, you want to set a tone and then sort of have your tone respond to their actions. So if they want to be collegial on your issues, you should continue to do dialogue. You should always think of it as a campaign, but the tactic sort of matches the tone. Very early on, it's just simply sort of being organized about making sure you're having conversations. Just like shared governance votes may be on sort of curricular things or advisory votes around reopening. You can do that collegially. You just need to make sure to sort of talk to as many people, be inclusive, and your chief role as a chapter president, it took me so long to realize this, is to delegate as much as you can. And so with conversations, when you're doing sort of one-on-ones, which is the core of the AUP model, I would argue, you want to sort of get a lot of people experience in when times are collegial rather than when times are when it's time to sort of go to the barricades. So absolutely, I definitely recommend that faculty do that. Just be organized about how you're doing it, and sort of fit the tactic to the tone that you're trying to get.
Right. And as far as well, I just wanted to, I can only describe some progress we've made recently, Ferdinand. And, you know, we got a new system president. This is president of the whole statewide system. And so we were eager to meet him. And so we set up a meeting with him at the state capitol. So we brought in adjuncts, you know, from 60 miles away. We had about, I don't know, a dozen adjuncts came down. And so we're meeting in a room at the Capitol, and everybody turns to me and says, we want you to do the talking, Caprice. It's like, well, so, you know, I only had 1 point. And so they said you need to make 3 points. So he sat down in the meeting with about 4 of his admins who were all taking notes and recording on their cell phones, you know, just annoying. And he said, so what is it we want? And he got out a piece of paper and a pen. And I said, well, Joe, we want 3 things. Number 1, a raise. Number 2, a raise. Number 3, a raise. And he just slammed down his pen. He said, look, you aren't a priority. My priorities are marketing, increased enrollment, and getting higher salaries for our administrators. You know, well, you know, it was just horrible. It was just a nightmare. It was just a nightmare. And so in that case, because we came in good faith and he was just so horrible, of course, you know, you learn in Beautiful Trouble that you have to name them, blame them, and shame them. So in subsequent press releases and communications with adjunct faculty, you know, I just explained that and how horrible that was and how disrespectful that was of the faculty majority teaching all these disadvantaged students, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, we came out, you know, like a bull out of a pen there. We were just horribly angry. But fortunately, a couple of the vice presidents reached out to some of us. And then long story short, next thing we knew, about 6 months later, we were meeting in private in just these very informal meetings with the 2 of the top vice presidents. We have a lot of vice presidents here. I mean, we just grow them every month. So those meetings were collegial and they were like very friendly, but they weren't going any blanking place. I mean, it was just like, what is this? Just like a gab fest, a complaint fest. So because of the other training I've had in other places, you know, I thought, no, we you know, we need to have a proposal here. So it took us about a month to come up with a very straightforward 3-point proposal. And so these are ongoing issues that we want. They center around raises, phased-in raises for adjunct faculty over 3 years, shared governance, paid attendance at shared governance meetings for adjuncts, because if they're not paid, why would they go? And then the third thing was a clear path to job advancement. You know, we have all these adjuncts and they like me, I've been working as a teacher, a college teacher for 20 years, and I've never advanced. That's ridiculous. So we proposed this we have a formal proposal. So that really gave the conversation a focus, even though it's an ongoing collegial now conversation. It really gave it a focus, and it made very clear what our intentions are. And we didn't do it. We were very careful not to use any verbs like we ask or we suggest. You know, we came in with that proposal in a very powerful position, as if we were equal to, which we are, equal to the administrators. So that's really been very helpful to us. So it's an ongoing process centered, it's kind of like the US Constitution, you know, it kind of gave some framework to the struggle of all these people and their issues. So that's an ongoing thing, and we've had tremendous success with that. And of course, you know, all of our demeanor in previous campaigns has set the tone for very respectful, and I mean, we do have fun, but we never are disrespectful to anybody. Even when he did those horrible things at the meeting, we didn't call him any names or anything. We just talked about how unfortunate that was and how misplaced that disrespect was. So does that help answer the question, Ferdinand?
I think I'd join in on 2 points with that. One is, in general, I've found that through internal organizing, you can bridge the gap between ranks and generate some cross-rank solidarity. Rankism is learned and it can be unlearned. I would also say, like, just simply because I used to teach a seminar on television series called Lost. Right now, it really is an example of live together, die alone. We are stronger together, to quote the Hillary Clinton campaign.
Right.
And so if you can get people into a space of hope that we may not win everything, but at least we'll go down fighting with our values, you can achieve amazing things. And people who have hope are inclusive. Because they are not into the tribal I got mine mindset, which administrations want you to get. And your goal is also to get the administrations feeling that way too, where they are not sort of huddled up with their spears in a cave. So this is something that I recommend on that. As for a tangible proposal with this, especially around pay, cost of living increases. Emerson adjuncts never got a raise, but every year they got a cost of living adjustment. Their current 2020 salary ranges on a per course basis after 20 odd years of this is $6,400 for a starting per course for a starting adjunct. At the bottom end, to starting adjunct could also get $8,500 a course. For the most senior faculty, people like me who taught there 16 years, right now, the top pay for writing professors for adjuncts is $8,800 a course. And for marketing, it's $12,000 a course. So we never got a raise. And it's very hard for people to say, you shouldn't get a cost of living increase that allows you to tread water and just not fall behind. So how you frame things can also bring people together too, especially in times of austerity and fear.
Yes. And I will say in our group that's meeting with the chancellor himself and these two VPs, we do have some full-time members too who've come. So that's good.
I want to just bring attention, Jillian, do you want to share what you had written in the chat about some of the things that you had done?
Sure. Yeah, we just kind of look for opportunities. So I don't remember, maybe about 8 or 9 years ago, we had a provost who was quite amenable to co-sponsoring events. And she wanted to organize a welcome event every year for new faculty. And we had some money, so we co-sponsored those events for, I don't know, maybe it was about 4 years, something like that. And that was just a nice opportunity to do co-sponsoring. But also for the past, I don't know, I think we formed in 2000 or 2001. So anyway, for about the past 20 years, I've hosted a barbecue after graduation every year that we invite, all the faculty to. And we always get, our members, but we also get many people who aren't members. And so that has built, some goodwill also. But our membership does tend, for the most part, to be senior faculty. I think tenure track faculty are still a little nervous or afraid, although we certainly haven't experienced any hostility in recent years from the administration. So,
yeah. It can be dicey. You really need to know some of these administrators and presidents ahead of time and how they operate, because for example, the president at our campus is, he's a genetic hybrid, you know, I mean, he doesn't write anything down. There's very little policy. When you ask an administrator, how's this supposed to work? And the administrator will just shout at me and say, because Andy said so. So it's ASS policy on our campus, and you can do with that acronym what you want. But, you know, it's just a nightmare. And when you get him in a room with people, he does so much gaslighting that he just actually, it's like a psychological wound after you've been in the room with him, because you just question your own ability to think about things. So, you know, I just avoid him like the plague, and we have completely jumped over him. We just meet with people far above his pay grade now. We meet with the statewide president. So, and surprisingly, those meetings are far more amenable now than anything with this campus president. So you kind of have to know who you're dealing with before you try to, like, having lunches and stuff. Having lunch with him, I'd have to make an appointment with a counselor directly after having a lunch with this president. I mean, it's just mind blowing. So that's my only advice there.
Great. Are there any other questions before we close for lunch? And I had made a note in the chat. We are, please join us back at 1 o'clock. We have a phenomenal panel discussion this afternoon on race and racism in higher education. And if anybody wants to eat, so same link. You could just stay here and, you know, cut your video if you want. But do join us back. And I did also offer, if anybody wants to sit and eat lunch together, I'm in an empty house except for my dog. So I'd be happy to eat lunch with people. I'll go make myself a PBJ and bring it back up. So if anybody wants to do that. But are there any other questions before we close this particular portion of our conference?
I just, you know, Sally, I went out to my garage during our break, and I just want to show people, here's the adjunct cookbook. Or I could do it like Trump and hold it upside down. But, you know, and so there's recipes on one page and then research on the other. And then here's the adjunct coloring book. And so, you know, we have one of his cartoons there with some kind of facts, and then like some famous quotes to color in and stuff like that. So, and also in the adjunct cookbook or the coloring book, there are some bookmarks you can cut out, and a story written by Howard Bunce's dog, Stoli. So, and at the end, there's a crossword puzzle to do. You know, it's kind of like an activity book to keep your kids busy at the airport till the plane comes in, except it's for faculty. Yeah.
That's wonderful, Caprice. Thank you. I love mine. So I appreciate your sharing those with us and selling them to us as well. If we send you a check, until you get PayPal up and going again. So I just wanted to say thank you again to everyone. Again, please come back and join us at 1 o'clock. You won't regret it. It's great use of your Saturday afternoon. I'm sure you'll agree that this morning was also a great morning. So lots of information and tips and tools for us. So I will see you all at 1. I'm going to keep mine open, go down and grab a PBJ and come up. If anybody wants to eat with me, I will be here. Don't make me alone with my dog.
See you all at 1.
See you all at 1.
Okay, bye.
Is anybody going to stay and eat with me?
Hey, Sally. Yeah, I have to. Hi. I could eat for a few minutes. I have some mac and cheese. I could visit for a few minutes if you want.
I'm just gonna run down and grab some hummus and crackers or something.
Cool.
Like that. And Apple and I will be right back up. Okay.
David, I want to see your cat a little. turn his face.
That's always such a big, you got,
Yeah, look at
Oh
the
my
dog.
God.
Valerie has a dog. Oh, how pretty, David.
he needs an AAUP sticker across him. Put a bumper sticker
my
on
Oh,
it, you know?
AAUP pets.
Oh,
What's
and
your,
she's so
Valerie, what kind of dog is that? That's wonderful.
mine is down there.
You're mute, Valerie.
I was hearing all this background noise and I checked and everybody was muted. I'm going, what am I hearing? And I realized it's my dog snoring down at the bottom of the ear,
Ah,
making dog snoring noises. Oh my gosh, I can't even believe it. I'll be right back.
I don't have a pet cat, but I have a pet roach.
Nice.
A roach? Oh,
It's,
oh my
it's,
God.
It's not, well, it's a plush. It's a funny, I live in Brooklyn, so it's a little bit of humor in there.
that's horrible.
Didn't mean to scare anybody.
Yeah, I think we could do a whole Zoom with just AEP pets. Bring your pet, let us look at him or her. Yeah. Well, that was wonderful, David. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Is that PowerPoint that you gave, is that going to be sent around, or, because I was trying to write things down, but I couldn't write fast enough.
Yeah, I know. That's always been students for 16 years before this were making the same complaints to me. Yeah, I'm definitely going to send that to Sally so she can distribute the slides. And there's like additional appendix and links to stuff.
Yeah, very helpful. And also you gave me some really great ideas. So thank you.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
it's glad I can finally pay it forward to you, since you've always done such great work inspiring me.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, there's one person she might leave, but I'm thinking with the idea you gave me, I might be able to get her to stay. So thank you for that.
Oh, great.
Okay. Well, bye everybody.
Bye-bye.
What's your cat's name, David?
Lizzie.
Lizzie.
I also have one called Lola.
Are they both long and haired, fluffy?
No, the other one is a little human adjacent, as opposed to this one that's basically a puppy in cat form. She's a short hair who's very round, and we've had her on diet for like 2 years, and she's not happy.
Get with the program. Yeah.
Have a good one, Caprice. Great to see
Bye.
you.
Bye, everybody.
I'll be back.
Bye.
Bye. That was great, Sally. Thank you.
Thank you. Like I said, there were a lot of people registered, but I would like to be able to offer the video recording up to everyone afterwards. I know sometimes things come up and everything, but I believe that everything that was offered was so valuable that people will in fact use it, and you know, go forth, and as I said, go forth and do good work. I love that the John Irving book, Cider House Rules. I always loved what one of the main characters says. He goes, my goal in life is to be of use.
Be of use.
And I always like that, because, you know, when you think about that being of use, it means that to me, that's making a difference in the world. And I think that, you know, each of us in our own way are really just trying to make a difference in the world. And for us in the AAUP, you know, trying to make a difference in the world of faculty. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Caprice. Are you going to come this afternoon?
I'm going to try to. I've got a bunch of calls that came in. I don't know what's going on. So. Okay.
Please do join us, and I'll make sure you get a copy of the recording as well.
Okay.
Be well. Where are you we're near the fires?
Okay, so one of the fires is only about 45 minutes from my house. And there are three big fires, and the three fires.
We hear these horrifying incidents of racial violence against students of color. Latino students are constantly called illegals. Asian American students are constantly called chinks and other racially offensive and derogatory terms. Racial epithets are spray painted on students' residence hall doors and on ethnic cultural centers. Blackface parties continue to be in vogue on many predominantly white campuses. We also hear from students of color that their white professors are absolutely shocked when they write well and therefore accuse them of plagiarism. Meanwhile, you all are leaders. You receive reports from your offices of institutional research that show durable and troubling racial disparities between students, faculty, and staff members of color and their white counterparts on a range of metrics and outcomes. These are all reminders that race still matters in college. Students of color across the country for the past 18 months have also been reminding us that race still matters in college through their activism and their protests. To be sure, University of Missouri students were protesting the administration's lack of responsiveness to the persistent reports of racism that they were trying to get their leaders to hear and more deeply understand. Those students were trying to help us understand that race still matters in college. The press attempts to help us understand that race still matters in college. By week after week after week in the Chronicle of Higher Education, in the New York Times, and Inside Higher Ed and elsewhere, there are these horrifying stories of racial incidents that are happening all across our country. Now, despite this evidence in reporting, despite the evidence in research from the narratives and experiences of people of color on predominantly white campuses, I'm afraid that many leaders are disillusioned about the realities of race. In Inside Higher Ed's annual survey of college presidents, 83% of respondents agreed that race is still a major issue on campuses across the country. 83% agreed. But yet 23% of those same respondents said, oh, race is not a major issue on my campus, which seems to signal a major disconnect. In my 19-year career in higher education, first as an administrator and now as a faculty member, my goal has been to create inclusive and equitable classrooms, campuses, and other spaces on college and university campuses. For the past 6 years at the University of Pennsylvania's Center for the Study of Race and Equity in Education, we have been at the forefront of these issues. Now, we've done this in a number of ways that I will quickly tell you about. The first is through advising dozens of boards of trustees, presidents and their cabinets, and other senior higher education leaders on strategic equity planning, on crisis management, and on messaging both personal and institutional commitments to equity. We've also advanced racial equity by convening more than 30,000 higher education leaders through our Penn Summit series on the University of Pennsylvania campus for 1 to 4 day conferences, workshops, and teach-ins in which we've equipped higher education leaders with not just recognize inequities, but how to do racial equity as leaders. We certainly have published a multitude of research reports that always include several concrete recommendations for higher education policy and practice that have been enormously useful to higher ed leaders. And perhaps the thing for which we're best known are the qualitative campus climate studies that we've now done. Center researchers and I have conducted interviews with more than 10,000 students, faculty, and staff members across all racial groups, including whites, all across the country. We often say of our qualitative campus climate studies that they've literally taken us from Portland Community College to Princeton University and several dozen places in between in terms of institutional type, size, and geography. Our goal at the Penn Center has always been to be helpful to higher education institutions, not just to criticize their lack of racial responsiveness and racial inclusiveness, but we want to be helpful to leaders. That will continue to be our goal as we transition to the University of Southern California on July 1st. There, we will launch the USC Race and Equity Center, which will be an interdisciplinary research center that brings together several dozen racial equity experts from the Rasier School of Education and USC's 18 other academic schools. We want to be helpful to the nation on a range of vexing racial equity issues and opportunities, including those that persistently plague colleges and universities. So in our remaining time, I want to talk with you about just a handful of opportunities that I think are useful for higher ed leaders to think about. And I certainly will tell you how we plan to think about and be helpful to institutions through our center at USC.
So we're going to leave it just as that at that for the purposes of this particular conference. As I said, I will post a link for the remainder of Sean's talk in the chat box that we encourage you to look at later and to use that. But I think he's brought up some of the highlighted points is, you know, top-down education, doing summits and teach-ins that focus on doing, not just talking about, but doing racial equity, publications, including the campus climate studies, and also interdisciplinary research, that this should not be just the focus of Africana studies, for example, or sociology. This is, you know, I used to teach the 7 social sciences, you know, in my research methods class, and I think we need to be looking at this so much more from a broad spectrum. So I will post the information on that center and the link to that video. With that being said, I'm going to stay in charge of letting people into the room because we've got more people joining us. And I'm going to turn this over to Cheryl McBride, who was the chair of the Committee on Minorities in the Profession, which is now the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which was voted on at our New York State meeting yesterday. So Cheryl, would you like?
Okay. Yep. Well, I'd just like to welcome everybody to this wonderful panel, Heads Up Racism in Higher Education. And we're going to start off with Jackie Orr, who is an associate professor at Syracuse University.
Thank you,
Take it
Cheryl.
away, Jackie.
Tell me how much time I have. 8 minutes?
8 to 10.
8 to 10. Could I ask if I am at 10 to let me know? I will also try to keep my eye.
Just keep your chat open and we will give you the time mark.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really glad that the New York State AAUP has organized this focus for the conference this year. And thanks to Sally for organizing the panel. I want to quickly locate myself and also my comments today about faculty solidarity with anti-racist struggles. I work for an institution that has, depending on who's counting, been a national poster child for campus racism 4 times in the last 6 years, since the advent of a newly neoliberal business and military oriented university administration. In 2019-2020 at Syracuse University, undergraduate students of color organized 2 extended peaceful sit-ins to protest campus racism. The second sit-in was met with extraordinary, or perhaps it was ordinary, acts of institutional violence by the administration, and 2 organizers from Not Again SU who organized those protests are on the panel today, which is fantastic. And then lastly, I need to say that I'm a faculty who in my 20 years at Syracuse University has not prioritized anti-racism in my own teaching or creative work or institutional politics, unlike some, perhaps many of you here at the conference today. My attention to racial justice as a faculty has been chosen, and it has been uneven, and it has intensified in the last year because of the leadership of students of color and the Black-led Not Again SU protests. So what I want to do is offer 4 provocations that might, I hope, contribute to discussion and might contribute to institutional changes on campuses. But they come from that location, my 4 provocations. So I want to foreground at the start the word and the work of reckoning. It's a word that I've been hearing more and more since June 2020 from faculty, that we need to reckon with racism in our department, that I need to reckon with race in my syllabus. So what is reckoning? I want to suggest or encourage that we think of it as an encounter, right? That demands transformation. It is a promise and a necessity that things will not be the same after we reckon. Avery Gordon, in a book called Ghostly Matters, teaches us that histories of violence and injury always leave traces, and sometimes in the figure of ghosts. Reckoning with the hauntings of racism, including police murder, the long histories of police murder, including the complicity between white supremacy and US higher education, is about encountering in the present, in our midst, a past that does not disappear because whites want to hide or forget it. So faculty solidarity with anti-racism today, with anti-racist struggles today, needs to reckon with the reality. It's a reality that I am reckoning with from my location, that reckoning will require work from us for the rest of our faculty lives, right? Because we are reckoning with hauntings, with the social trace of the ghost that have centuries of force and centuries of accumulated injury and harm. So, second, the hundreds of thousands of people in the streets calling for justice for George Floyd, many of them are students, many of them people here on this conference, highlighted systemic and structural features of racism in policing. Those people in the streets are one of the reasons that our task as faculty is to reckon particularly with systemic racism, structural racism in our institutions. So moving beyond faculty statements of solidarity or petitions was asked of us at Syracuse explicitly by Not Again SU organizers last year, how to respond to that request. Not Again SU's demands to the institution, which they presented in February of 2020. It was the second set of demands in a kind of amazing negotiating document, are a map. Their demands are a map of how institutional and systemic racism works at SU. The demands address curriculum, student housing, counseling services, scholarship allocation, the Department of Public Safety and Policing, communication or the lack thereof between students of color and the Board of Trustees and senior administrators, protocols around punishing bias incidents and hate speech. Not Again SU had this institutional map of systemic racism at SU because they learned through experience and through struggle how that racism worked. And they learned that in precision with institutional and in many cases harmful detail. Faculty need to make maps of structural and systemic racism at our institutions through the experience of students and faculty of color, and through what we learn, faculty of color and white faculty, through antagonisms and struggles with the institution, through confrontation and demands on the institution, which then reveal how the institution, the system, resists and refuses meaningful change. Statements of support and solidarity, some of which are beautiful, I've spent time writing them, can reveal precisely nothing about the active, embedded, distributed, repetitive structures of racism and institutionalized exclusions at our colleges and universities. I learned more in 2 months of allyship and solidarity with Not Again SU last year about how SU institutionally maintains racism than I had learned in 20 years. I learned and tried to, introduce that on to the executive committee, or where other folks were interested in this too, to move our AAUP chapter toward pressure campaigns, right? Towards targeted strategies of anti-racism from which we could learn, how the institution responded and where the strong sites of resistance came from and where there were possibilities and opportunities, some of them long-term, for making meaningful change. Third, provocation. And indeed, this is a provocation to this audience. Diversity, equity, and inclusion rhetorics and practices can do, have done an enormous amount of good in some institutional settings, in certain contexts, at certain moments. We know that. Many of you here know that more deeply and better than I. But diversity, inclusion, equity, rhetorics, and institutionalized practices can, and they are becoming increasingly institutionalized, can also be a barrier to racial justice, to transformative reckonings and anti-racist struggles on campus. DEI, as it seems increasingly to be called, DEI can be one way that systemic racism continues to operate. This is very institution specific, right? And so I do say this as a provocation from my location. I saw ways at Syracuse University over the last 5 or 6 years that diversity, equity, and inclusion rhetorics and practices and workshops and expensive administrative hires actually were barriers to racial justice transformations. So I think that this is, I don't know if I want to call it a controversial provocation, but I want to say it's a context specific one. And it comes from where I work and where I've struggled. And it comes from, among other things, seeing a chief diversity officer at Syracuse University as a kind of alibi during the negotiations between Not Again SU and senior administrators in February and March of last year. Fourth provocation and final, that one site of struggle between racism and anti-racism on campuses is the site of institutional memory. Faculty, I want to say, have a central role to play here in preserving and protecting institutional memories that anti-racist struggles have taken place, including defeats, including the memories, precise and institutional, of how those defeats were enacted. So I want to remind us, because I know faculty in particular, and I say we play a role because we know students leave, and administrators and institutional racism as a system relies on that leaving, relies on that turnover, right? Relies on that interruption of transmission and memory. So I want to say that some of the ways structural racism works is through institutionalized forgetting, through sanctioned oblivion, through rewarded forgetting. This is something Not Again SU organizers knew when they named themselves Not Again SU, right? They announced that they were preserving, protecting, and transmitting an institutional memory, that this was not the first time that students of color had taken risks, had collectively struggled at SU, that those struggles had happened in the rather recent past. Not Again SU was a kind of declaration that your repetition of campus racism will not go away through institutionalized sanctions of forgetting. So I want to thank Not Again SU for demanding that we remember. And I want to end there again with gratitude to the New York State AAUP for helping build some of those forms of collective memory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jackie. That was very, very informative. We aren't going to have Q&A in between the talks, only at the end of the panel. So please save your questions until then. Our next speaker is Bushra Naki, and she is a sophomore double majoring in public relations and psychology.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bushra. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm an organizer of Not Again SU along with my colleague, Aisha. And I think I can start off by talking a little bit about what Not Again SU is, just if anyone is uninformed or doesn't know about it that much. So Not Again SU is a Black student-led movement, like Jackie said, and we initially were a reactionary movement that came out in response to the several racist hate crimes that occurred on campus earlier, like November 2019. So I was a freshman. I didn't really know what was happening, and I'm still kind of like navigating my way across this campus. I come from Harlem, New York, which is a predominantly Black neighborhood, and I've never been in a predominantly white institution before, or in a predominantly white space. And it feels really different. And when I first got on campus, I was very unfamiliar with how to interact with my white colleagues. And as I got used to that, and in the middle, kind of like those racist hate crimes caught me off guard because it was very abrupt. And so I had to kind of put my own semester on pause to deal with the racist people, and also the way the admin was responding to these hate crimes. So the lack of transparency, the complicity in white supremacy was very relevant, and it struck me because I thought I would be able to feel safe pursuing an education here. I pay to go here, and I would assume that my admin, that my school would take care of me and my fellow colleagues. But I feel like that wasn't the case. And so I decided to immediately get involved with Not Again at SU. Initially, it was like 15 of us organizing and putting things together. And of course, it was very hard. I've never organized anything in my entire life. And I've never put so much work into anything that I put into Not Again SU. And so I got involved with the public relations department and like figuring out how to put together our social media and stuff like that. And I would say it's been a very life-changing experience for me. I've never been more radicalized in my life. And I will say that experiences do change you. So I would obviously not think everyone's on the same page as me, just because the experience that we all have determines how we think of things like race in higher education. If you don't experience it, it's very hard to feel a strong way about it, I feel like. So through Not Again SU, I've learned a lot about the importance of organizing, the importance of finding community, the importance of standing together, even when no one is hearing you, prioritizing your voice, prioritizing your people's voice. It is important to organize with people that understand you and your needs and why we're organizing. I feel like that's a question we get a lot, especially during our second occupation. Everybody was like, well, Chancellor can't sign the demands, and you guys are occupying again. And I feel like there's a lot of misconstrued information there when Chancellor Kent signed off on his own version of our demands. And that was very misleading, especially when the school was putting out the narrative that they had signed demands and were finished. So what's the problem now? And I think when we are making the demands, we have certain expectations. We have put in a lot of work. So when the admin just says, oh yeah, like we're finished, and we don't feel like the demands have been met, we have a responsibility to reoccupy and to make our voices heard again, because you didn't hear us the first time. And so we're gonna reoccupy again. We're gonna be a bit stronger this time. Kraus-Heinz Hall is the administrative building where a lot of administrators' offices are located. The admissions office is located. A lot of the tours start there. So of course we chose that location. It was very symbolic. The general body is also a protest movement that occurred in 2014 when Chancellor Kent first got there. And it was the longest sit-in, it was 18 days. And we surpassed that record. We occupied Kraus-Heinz for 32 days, ending in March due to COVID. And so a lot of violence occurred there. And I feel like we further radicalized just because we weren't expecting to be withheld from access to food, medicine, hygiene supplies, that sort of thing. We were also suspended. So I'm just gonna give out like an image. And I think if you can imagine being a student on a scholarship, I'm on a scholarship, I have 2 jobs. I had 2 work study jobs. So I lost both of those jobs by being there, by protesting overnight for one night, which is the same thing we did in the Barnes Center earlier in November, right? So we did, we violated the hours of the building. That is what a protest is. And we did the same thing, but we got suspended, right? And they didn't allow food in, they didn't allow water in, medicine, like I said, hygiene supplies, that sort of thing. So I'm a freshman, I'm sitting there and I'm very, very scared. They violated our FERPA like laws or whatever, and they called our parents, guardians that we didn't have listed, authorized to have access to our information. And they called them and told them we were suspended and all that kind of stuff. And we were still there. We had suspension letters that said if we stepped foot on like any Syracuse University property, we would be arrested. Syracuse Police Department was outside the building, and we're literally just all sitting there, kind of like locked in arms, protecting each other, protecting ourselves, because that's all we had. And I think that image replays in my mind every day. And it's crazy how I feel like it didn't happen. It feels so unreal, even talking about it. It feels so unreal. Like we were about to get arrested for pushing the admin to do better for us. And we did the work and we showed them the work. We showed them, we wrote like 30 pages, 50 pages of demands and like elaborate plans to implement those demands. We did all the work for them. And there was still no, we can meet you halfway. Immediate suspensions, interim suspensions, those suspensions are put for people that are a threat to campus. So when you hear things like, you're a threat to campus, you should not be protesting, why are you here? Those things play in my mind every day. Even though I'm off suspension, it feels like they still have a way of controlling people. And of course, that's their agenda, right? This is their school. They profit from people. This is how things work in this country. And I implore you all to challenge that sort of, why is there so much control over things that should not be controlled? Why do you want to control a protest so bad? The point of a protest is to be disruptive, is to push you to think of different ways to protect the marginalized folks that you are serving. We are paying you, right? Like these things are things that I think about every day. And it's hard for me because I know the world works a certain way. Every institution is a business and I get those kinds of things. But I feel like there needs to be more of an effort to support marginalized folks, to support organizing, to support protests. They could have left us alone, right? We wouldn't have broken down anything. We didn't have any weapons. We were not a threat to campus. We were simply demanding things that we need. And when we tell them what we need, we're not making them up. We're not making them up. We have experiences that back those demands up. These demands aren't even new. There's been several protests at Syracuse University and in the community of Syracuse. People need to do better if they are saying that they are supporting us. Those two things don't make sense. You can't say you're supporting your students and then suspend them when they ask for things that they need in order for you to support them. So I've learned a lot, obviously, and I could talk for days about the importance of protesting and organizing and getting involved with your local organizations that are already doing community work, care work. So yeah, I think to just reiterate that you all should, get involved as best as you can. And I don't think I'm supposed to respond to the questions, but I am back in school. I am a sophomore. I'm still here.
Yeah, you don't have to answer the questions.
Okay.
But you need to wrap up.
Yeah, I'm basically done, but yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. That was so awesome. And just love it when young people come and share their experiences of activism. Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, we are moving on. Our next speaker is also a student from, and she is Aisha Sacco, and she's a sophomore student at Syracuse University, hoping to major in broadcast and digital journalism. So take it away, dear.
Hello, everyone. I'm just looking at the time so I know.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll remind you. You just focus on what you're saying.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Aisha Sacco. I am now a sophomore at Syracuse University. As mentioned, hoping to major in broadcast and digital journalism, but obviously given the racist structures of college campuses, it's hard to transfer your major, especially when you're a Black student. So I'm still in the works of that. For one, I want to thank everyone for coming, and two, I really want to thank Jackie and Bushra for giving that detailed experience and also giving detailed background. But I don't want to give background about what happened in at Syracuse University with students. I'm just going to copy and paste a news article for people to read and see what they were saying, because oftentimes we're told to restate what happened at Crouse-Hinds, but it's too traumatizing to even talk about it. So I put websites in for everyone to read, just in case if you don't know exactly what happened in Crouse-Hinds. But I want to talk about experience because I think experience shapes, sorry, it says my connection is unstable. If I'm in and out, just please let me know. It says that, so when we talk about experience, you can tell there's a clear difference as to who feels safe on campus, who doesn't feel safe on campus, who has had a good experience on campus and who hasn't. And that's why it was, Sally, after I heard you you asked Bushra, oh, what's your major? And you said, oh, I had a good time. And, I used to teach there. And the first thing I thought about was privilege in that sense, because me and Bushra, students of color, had a completely different experience from some of the faculty and staff on this call. And so I want to invite you all to ask yourself a question. How how has your experience been, whether you've taught on a college campus or whether you are working in a certain field? How has your experience been, and how is it different from others? And I want to invite people to, in a way, to think about kind of what the struggles of living on a college campus, being a Black and brown student. So it kind of struck me when we talk about experience, because Sally, you had a good experience, but me and Busha can't say the same. And I think it's pretty clear why we can't say the same. So I just wanted to put that out there. I think experience is an important part to Not Again SU, because Not Again SU is not the first movement on campus. It's actually a continuation. And I haven't been on campus that long. I did it when I was a freshman. I started Not Again SU when I was a freshman. So I didn't know much about the campus, but I did know it had history of racism, as Jackie Orr mentioned. So I do want to make sure that we understand that. The second thing that I wanted to go into was the historical context of America, which echoes to college campus today, which echoes to what our society looks like now. And I think people tend to forget the racist structures built in America from 500 years ago. When we talk about the first slaves that entered to America, who were stolen from their, who were stolen from their land. And so you had those slave patrols and those slave holders. And so eventually the slave patrols became police officers because of the abolition of slavery. And so I want people to think, why are people asking today, when we see thousands and thousands pouring into the street with deep wells of exhaustion from racism, why are they pouring into the street? Why are they now asking for abolition instead of reform? Just like the abolition of slavery, and I was just talking about this with someone, just like the abolition of slavery, just like the abolition of slaveholders, because slaveholders were unethical to America, is the same thing that they're saying about police officers. And some might not be able to agree. Why? Because of experience. Experience is what is going to, it depends on how you maneuver through life. And so if I'm a person, a Black woman, asking for an example, the abolition of police officers, I'm saying it because of my experience with police officers. I'm saying it because they have treated me completely than they have treated a white woman. I'm saying this because I don't expect everyone to agree with me on it, but I do expect everyone to be empathetic and sympathetic to those experiences. And so those historical contexts to America, when we talk about redlining, when we talk about the war on drugs, when we talk about Jim Crow and slavery, these are all racial structures, racist structures in America that echoes to our society today. That is why Black and brown people are most likely to live in environmental racism. That is why Black and brown people are more than likely not to receive a better education than white people. Why? Because when you have redlining and you have those effects of redlining, you have those Black and brown people being pushed to these poor neighborhoods and pushed into these public schools where there's a lack of education, and what I like to say, colonized education, because they don't teach you the full history of America. And so we see how that plays into college campuses, because why? I am a person who went to a public school, a really bad public school. I had good grades. I am a very bright, intelligent student, but I didn't have the income to go to college. Why? Because of the wealth gap. These are all systematic structures of America. I couldn't ace the SATs like a student who goes to a private school. Why? Because the education that I was given was colonized. The education that I was given was not adequate or enough to go to college. And so we see how this plays a role. Now that I'm on a college campus, we see how racism plays, because I technically don't belong there. And so you have these privileged white students, you have these privileged students in general attacking students of color because, for one, they don't know their true history of America, and two, oftentimes when you have privileged white students and they interact with students who are not their race, you tend to see a correlation in the way Black students are treated. And so the students treat the Black students like that. The administration, by starving students, they're causing harm to Black and brown bodies. They're treating Black students like that. And then you have the faculty and staff who treats the students the same way when there's stereotypes being thrown, when white professors are not checking their privilege, or when we're not talking about anti-racism, we're allowing for white privileged students to continue to be willfully ignorant. We're allowing white students to continue to not know racial struggles. And I'm gonna end here. When we talk about what happened with Not Again SU, I want everyone to remember that this is all part of a structural racial problem in America. And in order for us to build a better future for Black and brown students specifically, in order to build a better life for Black people, America needs to recognize and acknowledge what they've done for the past 500 years. That is why we asked Syracuse University to acknowledge starving students and white supremacy, because it does exist on campus, but we asked you to acknowledge it because it starts off with acknowledgement. And so I want to end here that in order for us to move forward, like said before, solidarity statements are cool, but there needs to be acknowledgement on both parts. So I want to end here. I don't want to take too much time, but if anybody have any questions, please leave in the chat below. But I hope you understand what I'm getting at. I didn't want to talk about what happened at Syracuse. I think you can do your research on that. I want to push you all to actually do the research on American. I'm pretty sure you all know, but to push your students, push the people around you.
Thank you so much. That was really amazing. And thank you for the information and the passion that you have. Really, really wonderful. Our next speaker is Carol Ann Daniel. She is a professor of social policy at Adelphi University. Welcome, Carol Ann.
Hi, thank you all, everyone. Thanks for having me. As Cheryl says, I'm from Adelphi University, Faculty of Social Policy in the School of Social Work, and my areas of study are racial equity in healthcare and education. I actually, Jackie, thank you, and both Aisha and Bushra for speaking, and I'm glad I'm coming at this point because I've been taking notes and kind of want to think about some of what you guys have been talking about and integrating it. And as someone wrote in the chat, the experiences of faculty of color pretty much parallels those of students. So I actually want to talk about a couple of things, kind of following up on Jackie's talk about solidarity among the faculty. And you know, it's been years, decades of this movement for diversity, equity, and inclusion on college campuses, and academic culture still remains mostly white, mostly male, mostly heterosexual, and middle to upper class, decades later, more than 40 years later. So following up on the theme, I think if we're going to be one faculty, we, the faculty, have to begin to acknowledge our role, whether intentional or unintentional, in undermining social justice movements, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. And I say this even as I want to acknowledge and recognize that we're part of a larger process of change, and also recognize the corporatization of the university, which has led to, among other things, loss of professional autonomy for us as faculty, reduced faculty governance, managerialism, and a very dangerous and aggressive narrative that the faculty are in fact the problem, right? And so I want to just kind of bracket that even as I'm speaking to faculty and thinking about both solidarity and what anti-racism requires of us and needs now. So I think that when we think about these dynamics, as I've just mentioned, it's important that we're able to both articulate and think through, like, what is it that we stand for? What does equity mean from a faculty perspective? Many of us are still not sure and or have bought into the idea that there can be equity in the faculty. We need to think about where power is concentrated within the university, within our departments. How are resources redistributed? What are you prepared to give up as a faculty to achieve an anti-racist culture? So, you know, anti-racism, social justice in general has to be part of who we are and part of our daily actions as faculty. And so we need to think about, and I want to piggyback on something Jackie has said, you know, how are you prioritizing social justice and anti-racism in your classroom, in your research, in your teaching? Are you producing knowledge that can change institutional structure and chip away at injustice that we see every day? Are you doing the work? And by the work, I mean the self-examination that anti-racism requires. All of us are, you know, come from, as Aisha was saying, a country and a history that is deeply, deeply racist. And in order to root out racism, we're going to have to reflect on how we have been shaped by this history. You know, we've been deeply socialized and conditioned in practices that have been hurtful and harmful to a lot of people. And the self-reflection, obviously, it's not easy, and it's a lifelong process. I want to recognize that. But if we're going to do this well, if we're going to come at this in a way that can actually, you know, move the needle, then we really need to commit to a process of self-examination. We need to think about our actions and how they may enhance or impede our efforts as educators and as social justice allies. All of our identities are embedded in this. We are all complicit in what is going on. All of us have internalized biases and assumptions about our own and other groups through our social conditioning. And sometimes I think that there are faculty who thinks that they are really above this. So self-examination is really necessary to unearth some of our taken for granted biases about our colleagues, about students, and how they shape our interactions despite our good intentions. The other thing that, you know, that brings me to another issue, which is many faculty resist and is hostile to anti-racism training, education, and change, you know, in their departments and in the school, even as we profess to be against racism. So, so anti-racism requires not only examination about who we are in this world, but, you know, our own positionality in relation to each other And by that, I mean faculty of color and other marginalized faculty, and how that shape our behaviors and experiences in very distinct and different ways. There's a vast history, I think, that shows, and literature that shows that the experiences of faculty of color and other marginalized faculty are not the same as those of white faculty, and they're different in some very unequal ways. But yet, many of us have been okay with really looking the other way. And this is part of the privilege, right? Is that some people are able to insulate themselves from these discussions, to look away from injustice, to carry on and maintain the status quo as the norm, right? And some of us are not able to do that. In fact, many of us spend all our daily, every day that we are in departments and meetings and on campus, thinking about all of the ways that we're being silenced, negotiating space, trying to figure out, when to step in and when to step out because of the consequences. And I believe Bashar was talking about the toll that actually takes on you in having to live in a space where you are constantly in negotiation with yourself, censoring yourself, and trying to figure out, how to be, in that space. So many of the policies and practices in our institutions have produced outcomes that are systematically and structurally favor white faculty and place faculty of color, at a disadvantage. And I'm not going to go into what they are. I mean, I think we all understand and know what they are. There's, like I said, a vast literature on some of the ways that we are marginalized, invisibilized, and so forth in our schools and department, even as we are hyper visible because of the bodies that we're in. So I want to actually now really talk about, how do we move from here? How do we think about the ways in which we are enacting our privileges and how it's affecting others? When you operate, I just want to say this before I go on, when you operate from a white normative frame, it's really easy to miss injustice, right? Because we've all been trained to ignore it and not to see it. It's really easy to miss the dynamics that marginalize faculty. Yet, when we tell our stories, when we talk about what is happening, we're not believed, and we're often marginalized by just raising the topic. So just kind of piggybacking on something that Jackie talked about, which is the ways in which we disremember or misremember, right, as a strategy to for inaction, so to speak, or to resist change. So just coming to the union, the part about the union, and what I think about our unions, and I was really happy to hear that your AAUP at your campus was really involved in this. But there's a point at which I think that our unions, and certainly the AAUP, needs to basically own and acknowledge its history of complicity in the injustice that's been happening with regard to faculty of color and as well with students, and to do so publicly, right? Where have we fallen short? And I say this as a former AAUP member and on the steering committee. Where have we fallen short, right? We need to publicly express this. Is there a way for the union to help faculty of color to persist? Because, just this past year, I had 4 colleagues who left my university, two of whom left academia, completely. There are many areas where faculty of color are engaged in work, And this work is not validated, including a lot of the public scholarship that we do. And that's one of the ways that the practices in academia is not in service for us, right? Because the work that we do is not valued or validated. When you write about people of color and their experiences and their challenges, that kind of work is not validated or taken as seriously as well. So, you know, the inequality in service work that faculty of color do, the racial and emotional labor that many faculty of color are pushed into doing, yet when we continue to do this work, we get marginalized. So just because I know that my time is up, I just want to say very quickly that if we are going to move to an anti-racist culture, then we need a process of assessing patterns of hiring, salary, retention, and advancement. And we need an all hands on deck approach in much the same way we did when we were moving online. And so I think that for me, those energies must be activated now so that we can root out racism and achieve the kind of equity that I think we've all been talking about for years.
Thank you so much, Carol Ann. That was really, really an amazing presentation. And like I said, we are going to have a half hour of Q&A. So please keep your questions on until that time. Thank you, Carol Ann. Our next speaker is Brooks Frederick. He is a visual artist and adjunct professor at Adelphi University. Welcome, Brooks.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, everybody. Good to see you all. I am coming to you from Lenape land, also known as Brooklyn. I'm coming to you as a member of an overrepresented group in academia. And I guess that's where I always like to start. I guess my story is going to be one of a journey of what does a straight white male do. Growing up, I grew up in the Deep South, so there's that piece of it too. I think that added to my awareness of this topic, knowing about the horrors of slavery, knowing that people in my family, no doubt, contributed. So it was confusing as a kid, and then I was fortunate to meet Fela Barclift and a group called United to End Racism when I moved to Brooklyn 20 years ago. And that community-based approach has really allowed me to start to unlearn some of my own racist patterns. And I say some because, as Carol Ann and others have no doubt mentioned, we really desperately want to be the good white ones. And we can let a lot of our patterns go unexamined. So I think one of my solutions was to try to take my students, particularly my students of color, with me on this journey. And I have a couple slides to share about what that actually looks like. I'm an artist and I like visuals. Oh, I should time myself. How about that? There you go. So I'm not guessing. So I'm going to share my screen now and show you a little bit of what that work looks like in the classroom. And then I'd love to speak to some of the administrative issues if I have time. So yeah, I think I like to start, this is some of my art classes on day 1 and day 2. I like to start from a place of experimentation and connection, given that we have a mixed population. I want people to come in right away doing experimental projects that don't necessarily have a Eurocentric viewpoint, but just get people connecting from all different backgrounds, because we do end up having tough conversations. So again, a lot of this is going to be from an educational perspective. So these first two are from the before times, and then this one down here is what the work looks like now. This is a whiteboard sharing feature on Zoom, just having people do a random abstract drawing to just kind of connect with each other. Because I feel like starting with that place of connection can really allow people to hear each other better, especially across racial lines and class lines. And then a few years ago, I started showing primarily artists of color and women artists, and working more closely with my peer leaders in high school and in college programs. So these are students that have had my classes before and agree to come back as guests and animate the discussion. You know, trying to find ways to, you know, given the implicit biases that I no doubt carry, how can I pass the mic to folks that should be part of this discussion? You know, given that young people are leading on climate change, gun control, you know, all these issues that we care so deeply about, you know, how can I make their voices central? So, and like acknowledging that the white, as people have recently, like that the white supremacist structure isn't just the pedagogy, it's the way we teach the classes. It can be. So they often, they give, if they wish, they are, and they often do wish, they are a big part of presenting the curriculum. And I work closely with them. And this is based in relationship building with the students. So this is Eric talking about the history of colonization on museum collections in the West. This is Maya and Gabby talking about entrepreneurship. And here we are with the after times. This is Tamia Alston Ward from Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts speaking about representation. She has a phenomenal page on Instagram if you're not following it, The Art of Representation. And recently, Olivia has been from the Seneca Nation, has been a regular guest and is now doing some exciting work at Adelphi on Indigenous visibility. So I think that's all my slides. But I wanted to, like, lastly acknowledge the role of what does it mean to really back, you know, faculty of color leadership. I had the privilege of knowing Carol Ann Daniel and signing a letter, that very challenging letter that she wrote to our president. Yeah, I think that's an important piece. And to be honest with you, it was a little scary. My white male self was not used to like speaking out against my boss. So, and it comes, the idea of risk comes back to me. Oh, look, I have sun now. But not to pat myself on the back as a good white person, but just to at least acknowledge that, you know, what does it, I don't really know the answer. Does it mean when a full-time line comes open that in our department again, which it looks like it might happen, do I not apply to that? Do I encourage building a safe space for helping to try to build a space where faculty of color could actually maintain and exist in that line in a way that's good for them? I'm not sure what the answer is. But I think I would like to maybe end with acknowledging that we can acknowledging simultaneously like a plurality kind of position where we can fully acknowledge any kind of internalized racism, colonizer patterns. I've heard it kind of referred to that, like, you know, we have, it's not our fault, but we do inherit as white folks, so-called white folks. You know, our ancestors did a whole lot of colonizing. So what does that do to our psyche? What does that do to our mentality? How are we complicit, as Carol Ann said, with these supremacist systems? And what risks do we have to take to like actually step back and allow more space? You know, I'm not sure we're very good at that as white people, creating space inherently. We tend to think, at least I'll speak for myself. It's very normal for me to like be in the center of a conversation. So I'm doing my best to like take my students' lead and really work with them on those efforts. And maybe lastly, I find this work to do much easier with my students than my fellow, mostly white faculty members. And I could have a whole different conversation about that. I think there's a struggle there that I'm not sure how to really address. And I don't know if other people want to take that up, since I'm probably at about 7 or 8 minutes. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. And yes, that could be a whole nother discussion. And hopefully we'll have time in the Q&A for that. Thank you so much for being an ally. Okay. Our next speaker is Angel Martinez. He is an adjunct assistant professor of political science at Bronx Community College and also an adjunct assistant professor of Puerto Rican and Latino studies at Hunter College. Welcome, Angel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that opening. And thanks to Cheryl for organizing this panel today. So I have to convey my thanks and my thanks.
It was a group effort. Sally did a lot of the work. Yeah.
Okay. So also thank you for introducing me and for facilitating us today at the very least. And that's a great point, because we do have to acknowledge all who are involved and who are part of the process. Again, my name is Angel Martinez, sitting here in unceded Lenape land, as well as my colleague Brooks did. So we definitely have to acknowledge that. I mean, all over New York State, all the different homelands, not the least of which is the homelands of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy upstate, what we call upstate now. And I also bring about the acknowledgement of the Spanish language, spoken first in the Manhattan Island in 1601, spoken almost continuously since at least 1741, when some Afro-Cuban slaves were brought over. And also Puerto Ricans who've been here for 200 years, thereabouts. And I talk about this because part of the way we fight against racism is to look at the historical record and bring acknowledgement of who is present and who was part of the history over here in all the various geographical areas where we are. That's why there's a big push for Indigenous Peoples Day, for example. And this is the month of Indigenous Peoples Day as well, so we definitely need to acknowledge that as well. Some education-related tidbit. The union contract for the school bus drivers union in Boston, a very active union, mandates that the holiday, the first Monday in October, is called Indigenous Peoples Day, not any other name. So that's definitely one thing to think about. And I'm here to specifically talk about the relationship of adjuncts and contingent academic labor to the struggle against racism. And if you want to see the intersection between race and class, adjuncts, part-timers, contingent academic labor are at the epicenter of it. And we definitely want to acknowledge that deep within the midst of those struggles, if you want to fully understand how you could fight racism, definitely consider the role of contingent academic labor. That's why I was glad my colleague Brooks was before me acknowledging those realities. And also, if you hear me mention poverty again, that should be no surprise, because we cannot forget to link the problems of being a part-timer or being contingent with the problems of poverty, since a lot of adjuncts do live in poverty. And guess what? Racism is very much connected with it. And that's something we definitely need to talk about in detail. But before I go into some of the issues that we want to address in my short time, I want to really first focus on something. We did this little exercise at our adjunct meeting in the spring, and I was challenged to focus on what's positive about being an adjunct. And these positive things can help us find out how we can make some change. First of all, I've heard this from a number of people, and as Cheryl introduced me, yes, I do teach several different disciplines. I've taught political science, I've taught poetry, I've taught Puerto Rican studies for a number of years, 13 years as a matter of fact. I've been in contingent academic labor. So this has been my experience, never tenured track. So this is something which I can speak of a lot, that we're definitely, a lot of us teach multiple subjects. A lot of times they don't have anybody they can teach it, so we step in and do the job. For example, my own example at Bronx, I was teaching anthropology one semester. I've been teaching political science afterwards. It helped make sure I kept the job over at Bronx and be involved in groups like AAUP, as well as the Professional Staff Congress. And thanks to Sally for acknowledging the interdisciplinary nature of what we have to do, because adjuncts can't fulfill that role very nicely if we're going to fight against racism. And second of all, I really appreciate what Jackie Orr was talking about, institutional memory. Well, guess what? A lot of adjuncts have been there for a long time, decades in some cases of institutions. That's a lot of institutional memory, and that has to be acknowledged. So if you want to get a sense of how it's been, sometimes, like I said, for decades, talk to somebody who's never tenured. They might give you a lot of information that you might not get otherwise. So definitely acknowledge that. And finally, a lot of adjuncts are role models for their students. Think about it, a lot of students don't know we're adjuncts, but guess what? A lot of them, we come from the same neighborhoods, the same barrios, the same projects, the same indigenous treaty areas. And I'm going to say treaty areas because we don't have exactly what to call, not a lot of, some reservations, but a lot of them are treaty territories. So definitely want to make that distinction. So we come from these same spaces that our students do. So a lot of times we can't be the best we can be because time does not allow us. We're not paid to do a lot of things. I mean, thankfully we got to struggle for office hours through professional staff conference. I mean, that's been a big step. I mean, it was a lot of back and forth about, but I got to say that at least acknowledgements we work outside the classroom, and it's just not documented or until now it's not been documented really acknowledged in a lot of ways. So with those three advantages, again, the interdisciplinarity, the institutional memory, and the fact that we're role models could really help us develop where our role is in this intersection, this fight against racism. Because one thing we have to understand that when you look at the fact, when you look at the adjuncts, and part of the reason why a lot of us can be role models, again, I mean, we are in disproportionate numbers among the adjunct pools. In fact, we're just a pool. Sometimes we're just not talking about as human beings. Sometimes there's a very dehumanizing experience, and we need to fight against that constantly. We bring in special knowledge. Thank you. We bring that specialized knowledge to the fore and really help our students. If there's a struggle going on, one thing that's great about union work is that we do acknowledge the need to connect students and faculty and staff. And we need to give a shout out to the staff too, because I know around CUNY campus, college lab technicians, a lot of people of color, of course, especially the part-timers, they had to come in. It wasn't a matter of choice. I mean, and they didn't always get the protection they need. Adjuncts, even though a lot of we're mostly off campus, we don't have job protection. A lot of it is job insecurity, you know. Job insecurity, again, you fight against job insecurity, you have to fight against racism, because we could be here one semester, not the next. I've never had more than a 1-year contract myself, so I could definitely empathize with that. And that's the idea. We need to talk about solidarity constantly. We just cannot stop using that S word, solidarity. So if we could do that, and I know I don't have a lot of time left, but I do really want to emphasize it again, because when we're talking about all these different ills that we're facing of racism, colonialism, lack of acknowledgement, and I'll tell you something else too, just for the need for historical memory, why we talk about this historical memory, so many things that we could look at was a matter of struggle. We have to struggle for everything. How do we get bilingual education in P through 12? Is because, well, one reason in New York City, the Puerto Rican Legal Defense and Education Fund made sure to fight for that inclusion. Again, a matter of acknowledgement. There's so many areas we need acknowledgement. Adjuncts are at the forefront of this, because a lot of us do have that specialized knowledge. And another aspect of that racism, I mean, there's this assumption that adjuncts don't have PhDs. I have a PhD. So many other adjuncts have PhDs, and that really needs another acknowledgement. So, and terminal degrees, okay, and that's really what I really want to come across here. Again, a lot of different ways we could fight this madness together, and we really need to make sure that this poverty is not perpetuated. We need to make sure the racism is combated, and we dealt with in a way that we could work all together, and realize that us in contingent academic labor. And again, you know, imagine what it must feel like to not know where your next paycheck's coming from or your next meal's coming from. Paycheck away from homelessness or hunger. I mean, food pantries on campuses are real, and we need to think about that. So definitely, being that we're the majority of faculty on so many campuses, it's time that we need to make sure where this fight of race takes us into the fight for the rights of contingent academic labor.
Okay, thank you so much, Angel. That was really, really great. Thank you so much. Right now, we're going to watch the video from that Senator Rachel May sent. While grassroots work is critical, we also need change from the top down. Senator Rachel May will speak to her experiences, including those at SU. Sally? Okay. The sound has to be, yeah. We can't hear it. The sound's not on in the video. Yes, thank you. Still can't hear.
Carol, when you share on the left side before you actually hit the thing you're sharing, there's a thing that says for sound.
Yeah, it's usually at the left hand on the bottom, left hand bottom.
A little checkbox.
I have not had a problem sharing anything yet with this, so I'm not.
Okay, good. Yeah.
I'm not sure what the is it.
You might have to unshare and then check it and
right
again.
So is it at the bottom of the Zoom? You're saying that's the here. Let me do this.
No, no, it's the bottom of the share. In other words, put as if you're going to open up and see what you can share.
Yep.
And then when you go to the bottom left, you'll see all the little open things, but the bottom left there's a checkbox.
See ya.
Hi, I'm Senator Rachel
Yes.
May, and I am sorry I can't be there for the panel discussion at 1 o'clock. I also recognize that my voice is probably not the most important one to be heard, so I will be brief, but I want to share a few thoughts with you. When I was an undergraduate at Princeton in the 1970s, I was shocked to discover how segregated the campus was. And I helped form a group called the Forum for Interracial Communication. It was largely a kind of social group, and we were trying to work on desegregating the eating clubs and creating venues for multiracial socializing, which really wasn't even a thing at Princeton then. But our biggest impact came when we became part of the nucleus of the movement for divestment of Princeton's assets from apartheid South Africa. When we found a common purpose in changing the world out there, we also found it easier to form common bonds within our campus culture. We didn't talk about intersectionality back then, but we were starting to discover it in our own lives. And I think it was a lesson that all of us carried with us ever since. So a year ago, Syracuse University was the site of unrest about racist hate speech and intimidation. Student protesters and their allies found themselves in intensive negotiations with the administration over a long list of demands for changing the campus culture around issues of race. I wrote a piece at that time for the local paper about how it was important to address these campus issues, but I felt more important to recognize that the campus exists in a context that is shaped by a long history of racism and racial discrimination. Many Syracuse University students never venture off campus into the surrounding community. But if they did, they would find that it suffers from some of the worst concentrated poverty and racial segregation in the country. A lot has happened in the intervening year. For tragic reasons, the issue of racism in America has come to the forefront of public and political discourse. I'm sure it's more obvious now to college faculty and administrators than it was even a year ago that the curriculum and campus life need to reckon with our shameful national legacy on race. I hope they will do so by connecting the campus to the broader community, where people have been struggling on related issues for decades and lifetimes. I hope the students will have opportunities to learn from Black clergy and other leaders in local communities of color, and to contribute their energy to making real change that carries on beyond their brief time in college. Thank you, and I wish you the very best for a great panel.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sally, for sharing that. So I'm going to speak now. Like I said, my name is Cheryl McBride. I am a professor at Nassau Community College in the art department. I'm also the president of the advocacy chapter of the AAUP on our campus, and also the chair of the diversity, inclusion, and equity committee here. I know I got those mixed up.
It just got changed
Yes,
yesterday. I
yes.
just told her before this panel. So the
Okay.
Committee on Minorities in the Profession is now the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sally. So the need for diversity among faculty is pivotal to minority students' success. It is difficult to be what you cannot see. There's that quote that's out there. When I asked my colleagues, friends, and family, how would we eradicate racism from college campuses, I got many suggestions. Recruit faculty from historically Black colleges, eliminate Greek life on campus because it divides students, hire minority vendors for food and drink, etc., on college campuses, and require African American studies for all students, just to name a few. In my department, I am the only full-time African American faculty member. There has only been one in my department for over the past 40 years. Before I was hired, there was one professor who retired 2 years after I was hired. This is not acceptable. My white colleagues need to feel that this is unacceptable too, so that things can change. When George Floyd's murder happened, several of my white friends said, "What can I do to help bring change?" And I told them that when you are in all white spaces and you hear a racial slur, do not be silent. Say something. When you are silent, you are complicit. I know it happens often, and you just sometimes want to drink your beer or eat your food, but if you can stand up more times than not, it helps. I am now going to share with you SUNY's initiative that is called Prodigy. And I will get my screen share going. Okay. Prodigy is the acronym which stands for Promoting Recruiting Opportunity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Growth. The Prodigy initiative supports the growth of faculty diversity and a more robust pipeline for graduate students interested in academic careers. Prodigy eligibility and approval is based on a review of a comprehensive campus diversity strategic plans. It is through these plans and a collaborative campus-wide effort of assessment that campuses will transform their methods of hiring processes, pipeline initiatives, and student faculty retention efforts. Campuses are asked to identify plan goals and develop an implementation plan to evaluate the status of diversity in the tenured track faculty and efforts to support the pipeline of diverse students, while noting any impediments that have historically impacted the representation of these populations. 2, plans to support new faculty hires, including the use of best practices for faculty searches and intentional efforts to improve campus outreach, onboarding, campus retention practices, and pipeline building initiatives. And 3, the success of an annual comprehensive campus plan and periodic plan revision to improve upon campus efforts to increase the representation of underrepresented minorities, which is the acronym URM, and WSTEM is women in STEM faculty on their campuses through the collective action of human resources, campus diversity offices, and search committees. And so the frequently asked questions, I think, really sum up what this whole grant is about. So the Prodigy, what will Prodigy fund? Prodigy funds cascading faculty salary support grants. So for the first year, 100% up to 90,000 is paid. Second year, 50% up to 45K in the year 2, and 30% up to 27K in year 3. Campuses receiving these grants are expected to support the success of their Prodigy faculty at appropriate levels. So the next frequently asked question, who is eligible for the Prodigy faculty positions? It's underrepresented minorities and women in STEM candidates for full-time tenured track faculty positions, not postdoctorate positions, who are US citizens or permanent residents and who are recruited through the regular faculty search process are eligible for Prodigy faculty salary support grant. And the, let's see, I think that those were the two, how is Prodigy funding determined? Prodigy emphasizes improving the faculty recruitment and retention process. You must, 1, be a SUNY state-operated community college campus, and 2, submit a Prodigy proposal that includes all the requisite elements specified in the guidelines to campuses. So during this time of COVID, a lot of college campuses are, hemorrhaging money and talk about how they don't have money for lines. And it's, having this Prodigy grant opportunity can really help us, still proceed with hiring underrepresented minorities, even though the institution might be fiscally, squeezed. All right, so I do want to share also about my artwork. I am a graphic designer by trade, but I'm also an artivist. And one of my first pieces had to do with the underrepresentation of diversity within the faculty at my institution, which is Nassau Community College. So this piece on the left is the racial breakdown of the faculty at Nassau Community College. And each word represents a faculty member, and there's 473 words. And the different colors represent the different racial groups. And the blue color represents the white faculty. On the right is the racial breakdown and the demographics of the full-time students at Nassau Community College. And those are the percentages of the different racial groups that are represented. And so what I've done by using the content of the disparate treatment section of Title 7 as the content, I have done a visual representation of the data. So I thought that this was pertinent to this talk because my institution is not unique to these to this kind of data. This is what this is why they created Prodigy, to hopefully bring some more color into the faculty side of things. And that's what I wanted to share. So that pretty much concludes the presentation. And so we will now have questions and answer. Time. So does anybody have, oh, Sally, are you going to run the Q&A?
I realized I had my video off. I went down to let my dog out quick and came back and forgot to turn it back on. I was so enthralled with listening and with everything that was going on. I have some questions that have come up. I just want to start by saying, please stay with us during the Q&A. And this is always an integral part of a panel. But I want you to also know that this is not the end of the New York State Conference's efforts. This is only the beginning. Cheryl and I will be working together with others to provide more educational and outreach opportunities, some trainings. You know, we have different strengths that we're going to bring to this area. One of my areas is mediation. So I'm really interested in using my mediation skills and restorative justice skills to work with campuses and between faculty and students and between students and students and faculty and faculty and faculty and students and administration if you know, however needed. So we'd like to open this up. There were a couple of questions that I had, Cecilia had brought up, coming back to the students from SU, and thank you so much for being here and your voice. It was absolutely critical. Who were your allies and how did the faculty respond? So between Cheryl and I will be both looking through the chat form. If you'd like to put in more questions or just raise your hand, we'll make sure that everybody gets heard.
Yeah, so I guess I would answer that. So our allies consisted of a lot of graduate students, white graduate students who were able to protect the physical location of where we were protesting. We had some white faculty members like Jackie. We had a lot of community support coming in and donating things, and student organizations also showing their support.
Go ahead, Jackie, unmute yourself.
Thanks, thank you, Bushra. There was a faculty group that got organized and called themselves the Faculty Action Coalition. And that was at the start predominantly faculty of color and possibly predominantly untenured faculty of color. So I just wanted to raise an issue quickly, and it doesn't need to be talked about, but as the historic occupation that went on for 28 days of the administration building went on, faculty among ourselves within the Faculty Action Coalition and elsewhere, we're trying to reckon with the requirements of being an ally and not taking leadership that stepped out in front of or tripped up the work and the strategies, including the escalation strategies of Not Again SU. We were trying to reckon with that requirement that Not Again SU made clear to us after we made some mistakes, you know, and we were trying to reckon with that and, you know, something that Carol Ann gestured to as well, which is, and maybe Brooke as well, you know, the possibility for faculty to also take risks based on the very different and unequal capacity to take risks, which has to do with race, which has to do with rank of faculty, and faculty rank often has to do with race, as Angel definitely reminded us. So we were trying to both be allies with a Black-led student organization, so not take leadership, but also leverage the particular power of faculty, which is not shared, right? Because it's unequal across faculty ranks and across race and class. But what kind of leverage institutionally could faculty have that students didn't? And what responsibility did faculty have to also take the risks of leadership and do the kinds of things that faculty could do that student couldn't do? So I just wanted to say that there was a tension there that we named and talked about how to both be an ally, but also take leadership as faculty and not have the responsibility for all the risk and the harm be repeatedly placed on student leaders' bodies.
Thank you. We had, let's see, Leah had some comments, and then Deborah had a comment for Bushra. So Leah, if you want to go first, and then Deborah.
Great. So to all the presenters, just thank you so much for giving us so much wonderful content to think about. So a few things I'm thinking about that, are comments, but might get others to think about that. One of the things that I think is so important about what was said is how important it is for us to risk relationships. When I say us white people, to risk relationships, and how we're so bad at doing that. And it just, it's hard, and it's so important. That's really one of our first steps that we need to do. And, people are afraid of doing that, of risking a relationship. I mean, I've definitely lost friends over it. And it's like, well, it comes to that. And in professional relationships, then there's, if it's your boss that you're going to be antagonistic against, now that could mean your livelihood, so there's, it's hard, but it absolutely needs to be done. And I just thought it was really important that we were reminded of that from the speakers. I also really felt it was important about the complicity of AAUP, just as something that came up, but just in general, the complicity of full-time faculty. I mean, full-time faculty have made it possible for the adjunctification of faculty. We do not do enough to stand in solidarity with our part-time faculty, and the part-time faculty are, they represent the folks that we're concerned with helping in this conversation. So so I think I really appreciate that comment, and that to literally think about, need to figure out ways to publicly point that out, like find those opportunities to point those things out. So I thought that was really important. There was something that it just made me think of, though it didn't specifically come up, but on my campus, I've just noticed the lack of support for faculty and staff of color. So, we had a president who was really big on looking to hire faculty and staff of color, but then completely abandoned them in terms of support following up on that. And that because of the backgrounds that they brought, they didn't necessarily fit in easily to our extremely white culture in Dutchess County. And so they left. I mean, there were people who left who just really shouldn't have, and we need to figure out ways to be much more loud about that. And finally, I'm so grateful, Cheryl, for bringing up the SUNY Prodigy and making me look at that. So I'm a newly appointed program chair for engineering science, and I just did the self-study. And in doing the self-study, I found in the past 4 of the past 5 years, there were 0 Black and African-American graduates from the engineering science program at Dutchess Community College. 0. Unacceptable. And so one of my recommendations, and I am the only full-time faculty member now teaching in that program. One of my recommendations is we need to hire somebody, because I'm not even full-time teaching in that program. And so I'm going to write to my dean and say, let's use this grant to hire a faculty member of color. So that is super exciting. That's a great way to match up, multiple recommendations from the same report. So I really appreciate that. So thank you to all of you. And that's enough.
That's great. Deborah raised a question, and I'm going to extend on it. She wondered, it was for Bush, but I'm also curious for Aisha. How did your parents respond to what was going on? I'm a parent, so that question is also really important to me.
Yeah, I can go first on that. So when I mentioned how they called our homes and alerted our families about our interim suspension, my brother picked up the phone because I texted my brother and I wanted to make sure one of my parents didn't pick up. And I told my brother to pick up the phone and immediately hang up. My parents don't know anything about me protesting, me organizing. They have no idea, and they would really lose everything if they found out that I was involved with protesting. They've put a lot of time and money into making sure that I have this higher education. So I don't want to, worry them or anything, and I haven't told them anything about it.
That is so telling. That is so telling. Yeah. Wow. What about you, Aisha?
Kind of related to Bushra. I also have a strict parent. My mom who migrated here and got her citizenship. So she just like Bushra's parents really worked hard to get us into college and a full scholarship. And for one, I didn't want to worry my mom. And two, I also have different beliefs than her. And she's a religious Muslim woman, and my people back home call me the radical one. So we have different views. And so she doesn't really understand kind of the things that we go through in college and racism in general. She's from Africa, everyone there, it's about unity. It's about, taking care of one another. It's about this idea of Ubuntu. I am who I am because of who we all are. And so she doesn't really understand the historical content of racism, but she do experience it. And all she knows how to do is go to work and come back home to her kids. So I didn't want to worry her, but there were some parents who flew in from Atlanta, LA, different countries to come see their kids. They were highly, highly upset. One of our colleagues' mother and father both came and actually, spoke to one of the administrators and said, how could you do this? You told me on the phone that you were giving my kids breakfast, lunch, and dinner while they were in there. And I was on the phone the whole time while you were denying them food. And so she was really upset about that. And they couldn't tell her that in person that they starved her daughter. So, I can speak for what I saw with other parents who were highly upset, but yeah, again, me and Bushra have kind of the same story when it comes to how our parents reacted. They don't know, so there was no reaction.
Well, I'm glad for both of you, but that would have been an entire other, I'll say, problem for you, especially as new students dealing with, hey, I got you into college, quote unquote, by paying whatever they did for their part, and you're throwing away that opportunity. So I was just curious on that, because again, as a parent, I think that would be very interesting. I'd give you both a lot of credit doing it without telling them.
Yeah, Professor, we get that question a lot when we do meetings. And so I smile when I hear that question, because I know in the back of my head that my parent doesn't know.
Right.
My mother would kill me. I get it.
Yeah, but it's a great question though. You have to understand who, all parts of the party. It's not just students who are affected, but it was also parents who were affected. It was also professors like Jackie or who are affected by the starving of students.
Right. Go ahead, Jackie, if you're going to follow up on that, and then I want to move to Corin, a comment that she had made.
Bushra and Aisha, is it okay if I drop into the chat the letter that parents wrote to administrators with all the parents' names blacked out? It's an incredible letter, but
yes,
I think
Don't put it into the chat. Share it.
That's
I think I don't want to take more time, so I'll drop the file into the chat.
Okay, the file.
If you click the 3 buttons down at the bottom of your chat box, there's an opportunity to save the chat. And then a transcript of the chat will be sent to you after the conference is over, and all the resources will be in the conference will be in it. So that's a great resource, Jackie. I guess I just want, if I could just follow up on what you both said. It's not just that, oh, you're throwing all this money away. You know, we paid for you and look what we sacrificed for you to get there. But I would also think that in many cases, there's cultural and familial resistance to standing out, to speaking out for risk of harm to you. But also that might be against some cultural, religious, familial beliefs about women even speaking out, or people bucking the system. You know, any of those things I can see where that also could have an effect on your unwillingness to share or inability to share openly with your families. And that's just got to be really hard. I cannot imagine how hard, because you would think if you have issues, you want to go to your family and talk to them about it, but this wasn't something that you could talk to them about. So again, as somebody who taught family stuff for 20 years, that's incredibly fascinating, very sad, but incredibly fascinating to me. I want to go back to a question that Corin had, that she's, well, Corin, would you actually go ahead? Why don't you read what you wrote? I'll speak for you here.
be done in 10 minutes.
Let me unmute myself.
Yep.
And hope my dog doesn't start barking. Can some of the speakers talk about the intersection of neoliberalism and structural racism, the demands of hyperproductivity and the creeping service demands on faculty, things like, constant things for assessment and, just like extra things, student services and stuff like that, via the neoliberal university heavily de-incentivized successful faculty to do anti-racist work because they're constantly feeling like, sorry, I thought I'd turn my camera on, that they have to protect their research time to meet the demands that the university is making. So the way the university has kind of set up this structure that really de-incentivizes any kind of work against the institution itself. So I know that many of you probably have lots of smart things to say about this, and I'd love to hear them.
I don't know if this is smart, but I don't know if this qualifies, but my own idea of it is that all of the ways in which neoliberalism is about equality, it's not about equity. And when you focus on equality, there's a very kind of individual aspect to it, right? And so the idea is that we're all about our own careers and making sure we get through. And there really isn't a lot of value put on community in the same way. There is also, I think, for me, as part of the neoliberal and the corporatization of the university, is this incredible emphasis on controlling the narrative, right? And so, students are pushed through, everything's watered down, courses are standardized because everything allows you to have greater numbers. In much the same way, I hear a lot of universities talking about how many faculty of color they have, and this emphasis on numbers against thinking about like inclusion, or this tokenism of like, look, we've got 3 Black faculty, or we've got 5 people of color in our administration, right? And that is supposed to survive, like that is the work. The numbers become the work, right? And the bodies on campus is the policy. So for me, that is how I interpret what's going on there.
I really wanted to add on, I'm sorry I can't fully answer your question, but Carol Ann said something that kind of reminded me of what I said during negotiations with administration. And it's this idea that a lot of times with universities, private institutions, they go based off their numbers. And majority of the administration is predominantly white. And so when they see that they have 2 or 3 Black people in administration, it's like, oh, well, look, like, this is right here. And so it goes back into, I believe it was either Bush or Jackie Orr who said it, but there was times when it came to negotiation, they would have Keith Alford, Chief of Diversity and Inclusion, be there and present for a lot of the pre-negotiating terms. They would just have a random Black professor come in and speak to us on behalf of the university. And we're like, and we would tell them, you know that you're being used as a token right now. And so a lot of times, and I remember I said this to everybody during the whole administration team that was negotiating with us. And I told them, I said, there's a huge difference between diversity and inclusion and equity. And you can say that you have the diversity based off numbers, but there's not inclusion. And so if you want diversity and inclusion, for one, you need to have the diverse background. And we're not just talking about 3 or 2 administrative people in the administration, but we're talking about diverse background based on gender, based off sexuality, based off race, based off economic background. So we're not just talking about the color of people's skin. And so a lot of times people, especially administration, they use that to say, well, we have diversity and inclusion. You can have the percentage, but you don't have the inclusive part. You don't have to work extremely hard to get the percentage of the diversity, but you have to work hard to make an inclusive environment for that diverse background. It's not about who's Black, who's Latino, who's white, who's Asian. No, it's also about age, who is the age background diverse, is the gender background diverse, So I think Carol Ann brought that point that kind of just reminded me how, a lot of times Black people are used as a token, especially ones who are in these positions where it's not a lot of people who look like them.
Aisha, I'd like to follow up on that just 1 second of an experience that I had with some of my students at SUNY Oneonta, technically, traditionally a very white campus. And, they wanted to make their numbers, right? They have a certain amount of diversity amongst their students, right? So, oh, well, we have this many Black students on campus. I'm a sociologist by training. I taught in child and family studies, and many of my students were students of color. And they would come to me and they'd say, they got the numbers here, but we feel so unsafe on this campus. We feel so unwelcome on this campus. We don't feel included on this campus. So they tell us that they've done good by having us here, but then they drop and run, basically because there is no support for us while we're here. There is no inclusivity. And we feel like we're always living on the sort of the perimeter of everything here. And all we're doing is serving as the token, the token students. And that makes for an extremely uncomfortable educational experience for one, but also there's so much more about going to college than, I know education is important, but there's so much else that's important about going away to school and being often away from your parents for the first time and being part of a different type of a community, and I would say probably the year in the 3 years that I was there, I bet at least 6 or 8. It doesn't sound like a lot, but I'm talking my students, they left. They went to other campuses because they felt uncomfortable enough there that it made them switch campuses. So thank you so much for bringing up that point. That's really critical.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've seen, but there was this video of me directly talking to Bobby Maldonado. He's the chief, I believe he's the chief of Department of Public Safety. So in that video, this is when the first incident happened, and we had that town hall with the administrators, and I remember his face because in the summertime, we specifically spoke to him, and he said, we're going to do everything to make sure you guys are safe. That's our job here on campus, right? And so seeing him again reminded me of what he said. And I knew when he said it, it felt off. I didn't know why it felt off, but it felt off. And I left that meeting with him uncomfortable because I just had a gut feeling that it wasn't actually what he meant. And so, and that gut feeling was correct. And so I adjusted him and I said, Bobby, I met you in the summer. You probably don't know me, but I met you in the summer and you said this. And then I asked around the whole room filled with Black and brown students, how many of you on campus don't feel safe? And you can see there's like a big number of Black students there, but all of them said that they didn't feel safe. There was not one hand in there that didn't raise their hand saying that they didn't feel safe, besides the white students and besides the administrators. And so it's important to think about that.
Right. I'm not seeing, there's some comments that are coming through here in terms of, again, Corin made a comment that administrators have not been transformed, and that's why these schools are residential, but the residential aspect ends up being violent for Black students. I think we've talked a little bit about this. I do try always to be respectful of people's time. I realize this was supposed to go until 3. It is now 3:04. I am willing to hang around for a bit longer. Others may be willing to as well, but if you have other obligations or a need to go, we certainly understand that as well. On behalf of the New York State Conference of the AAUP, I would just like to say thank you so much for all of you, the presenters and those of you who took your time to attend this panel presentation this afternoon, and those of you who were at the presentation this morning. This has been a phenomenal experience. And again, I just want to reiterate, both for this morning and this afternoon, these are not the ends of our efforts. So if you're interested in helping and participating in helping us do what we need to do and be a voice, we would certainly welcome your participation. I'm going to put my email in the chat box here. And so you feel free to email me and let me know of your interest, or if you have comments, I'm happy to pass them that you think of afterwards. I'm happy to pass those on to our presenters and panelists. So are there any other questions before we leave today? You can all unmute yourselves if you'd like, and maybe give a closing, comment or a thought, a pearl, something that you're taking away from today, if you feel so inclined to share. If not, that's fine as well.
Thank you for sharing all the stories.
Thank you. Anyone else have something that they would just like to leave as their takeaway, or another question?
Thank you for your commitment to the work, all of you. It was really inspiring to hear all these stories as someone who live in the trauma of this kind of work every day. It was really hopeful.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn, too.
Carolyn. I was just going to comment as Leah. I was just going to comment something we didn't even really get to, which maybe it's another panel for, is the role of campus police, and especially armed campus police, which is a topic of grave discussion at Dutchess Community College. So I'm sure it's important elsewhere. It was mentioned by the students about the campus police, and but I'm sure their experience is very similar to other campuses. So future topic, maybe.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I have a quick question. When you said that there were no graduates, does that mean that there were none in the program, or the attrition rate was that bad?
There were no Black or African American graduates from the program in 4 out of 5 years. There were Black and African American students in the program, but in that time, 0.
Christian,
Yes.
it says a lot.
Yeah, it's bad.
Well, I come from a family of engineers, and my brother is a robotics engineer, and he regularly goes into underserved communities to talk about engineering and robotics engineering specifically to young people. And he's had success. There are some of the students he has talked to are now majoring in robotic and engineering, and that's what they want to do. So of course, you know, you can't, if they don't see it, they don't even know it exists. And so, you know, going into the underserved high schools and junior high are really key.
So they're coming to the programs. It's not that, that's not the problem. The problem is with how they're treated when they're here.
So there's no support.
There is certainly not enough support. There's some support. We do have a C-STEP office that provides some support, but I'm trying to figure out, like I said, I'm newly the engineering science program chair, literally September 1, and already wrote the self-study because I thought this was so important that we needed to, you know, get going on it right away. And was horrified to find that statistic and that nobody had been addressing it, because the students, I thought the students were there because they're there in my classrooms, but evidently they're not graduating, and that's just not acceptable. Interestingly enough, I also teach in the technology program, and in that program, it's me and another full-time faculty member, and we have apparently done a really effective job at recruiting students of color into that program and graduating them. For the past several years, I've had a majority of students of color in my graduating classes in technology. So now I have to look critically at what's the difference of the experience of that group of students as compared to the engineering science students. And I think I know what it is. And I think it's faculty who are racist. And how to approach them with that.
Yeah, well, you can, and because you are white, your voice carries a bit more weight when you're talking to other white colleagues. So I would say definitely speak up and refer them to the White Fragility book if they if their fragility is you know stepped on. And keep the conversation going. My brother has multiple stories about when he attended Carnegie Mellon and he was not supported, and you know there was only 10 you know engineering students. Out of the 10, only 2 graduated, and he was one of the 2. So, and this is going back to the 70s. You know, well, I would say 80s, early 80s. So unfortunately, you know, things don't change quickly enough. And that is why we need more diverse faculty so that, you know, students and the ratio of the demographics is more equal.
Mm-hmm.
It's very disheartening for me as a Black faculty member, because I see over and over the hiring and there's no diversity, and then I feel like I have to, you know, teach as much as I can because I'm like it, and I feel like I need to do advisement in the summer because students who are diverse need to see somebody who looks like them across from them when talking about their, you know, futures. And I've had oftentimes students tell me, you are the only one that has asked me these sorts of questions. Usually when I go to advisement, they just hand me a sheet of paper. Really, really upsetting to me.
Yeah, and I it's not a similar experience, but it has some similar aspects to it. As a woman in engineering, I never in my entire bachelor's, master's, and PhD programs had a female faculty member, ever, in an engineering course,
right,
in a math course, or in a science course.
Wow.
Not in that entire time. So yeah, I never saw myself there, and always had to fight the whole way. So I've been, trying on that side, on the, empowering women to get into engineering. And then looking at that statistic for the Black and African American students, I was like, well, we need to do something. It's really
Yeah,
bad.
but well, just to change the subject a bit, what I really appreciated going to the AAUP National Conference was speaking to other Black female, well, not Black, but just minority female professors from around the country. And what they told me was that, minority faculty members get more grade grievances than their white counterparts. And that has happened to me. And when it was happening, of course, my white chair and my white colleagues were like, what are you doing wrong? Or, trying to, and of course, I've started to internalize that. But it was when I went to the national conference that I found out this valuable information. And so, I armed with that, it really alleviated a lot of internal doubting and questioning, which my white colleagues were, putting on me. And so I appreciated that so much, because, there is so few of us, it's hard to, get together and share information. And yeah, I just, I feel tired. I feel like I don't want to teach anybody. The culture has to change, and everybody has to self-assess. I don't want to teach anymore. I don't want to teach my colleagues about inclusion, equity. It's up to them to teach themselves. I don't need that job anymore. I'm tired. I have enough job.
I tell Cheryl, don't give up.
Yeah, and Catherine and I commiserate all the time about the poor treatment of minority faculty within our institution.
Yeah, in my department, I teach criminal justice, and in my department, it's predominantly historically male, white male faculty members. And then we have very few minority professors, and out of very few minority professors, faculty members, we have one passed away, and he was replaced by a white female faculty member. I mean,
yeah, so, the numbers are going down. They are not going up.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And one other thing I want to share is that this is kind of interesting. So I've been teaching for full-time, and I also teach part-time, but anyway, for over 10 years. And after my associate, after, getting it took a very long time to get my associate, first of all. That's a whole new different story. But after that, I only like a year ago, for the first time, my dean, during Christmas, it was Christmas Eve, he contacted me during my break. I don't teach during winter or summer break. And saying that 5 students have complained about you.
Oh, Christmas Eve. Oh,
unbelievable. And I'm like, he didn't even name who these people are. And I already gave my grades. There was no problems. And so I already turned it in a while ago, right? So a few days ago. And it's not a grade grievance, by the way. Okay, it's not grade grievance. So to make the story short, so then I didn't respond because I was on break and I had no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't tell me the nature of the problem, right? And so I'm like, who are they? He didn't even name these students. 5 students? I never had this issue before. So immediately after I got my associate, which took me a long time to get it because of all these issues, other things, which maybe I'll share it later, but another time. But anyway, so then I didn't respond. Then on New Year's Eve, the dean contacted me again and saying the same thing. And so then he says, oh, you could get a union rep, and also, by the way, if you don't want to respond, please email me that you don't want to, have a meeting with me. You know what that means. So if I'm refusing the meeting with the dean, he's going to put that into my file, HR file. Right. That's what he's trying to say. I'm like, just because I didn't respond during my break. So, and I have no idea what this problem is. And so I don't even know who it is, who's complaining. And so, so I got the union rep and I had the union president just email him saying, I told him, I said, this is what Dean is saying. He contacted me that there's been a problem. 5 students have complained and I don't even know what the nature of the problem is. So I said, I'm on a break. I can't speak to him right now. So he contacted him that I'll speak to him after the break. So when I came after the break, he wanted to have a meeting day after the class started, right? Day after, immediately. And still, I don't even know these names of students who complained, so I can't even look it up, right? So then, so I go in there with, to his office, and the rep was good, actually. And it's actually, there's so many other issues, things that happen. But anyway, everything was dismissed. Surprise. Everything was dismissed because there's no issue. First of all, let me just tell you something funny.
Right, but ruined your holiday season.
The entire break.
Yeah, and that
entire break.
Yes.
Thank God I'm Asian that I have another New Year's Eve. So I have to start all over again.
Oh my goodness.
So, and then I was like, okay, so the dean didn't even know the last name of the student who complained, one of the students. I'm like, you don't know his name? So, but everything was dismissed. Everything was fine. And then, but it ruined the entire month, let me just tell you. And and then I was very disappointed. But what happened was not even a semester later, which I am now, I'm on PNT committee member. Can you believe it? And guess what? The dean is on he's representing as an administrator. So I'm looking. I think he hates the fact that I'm on the committee.
Right.
That's because they didn't have control of you being on the committee.
Exactly.
Right.
He was shocked. I think he was shocked.
Yeah. The best revenge is your success.
Right.
Exactly.
That's right.
It's not atypical either, though. It's been my experience, both personally and professionally, that oftentimes what happens is they will hit you with something like late on a Friday afternoon, right? Or on a New Year's Eve, like you say, on New Year's Eve or at a time, and then, well, you didn't respond, so then you're being non-compliant or you're being difficult or whatever, and that last minute thing and expecting it's a setup. I mean,
it is a setup. Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve. Oh my God.
And it's a setup, and if they're not going to again, I just think that one of the things that we need to do, and I'm people are starting to need to go. I know everybody's got stuff to do. But, you know, we need to step up to the plate, all of us. I've always said, united we stand, divided they chew us up and spit us out. So, you know, I'm so thankful for those of you who came today, those of you who stayed for this extended discussion here. Just really appreciate it. And please stay in touch and look for upcoming offerings by the New York State Conference. Mary Rose, I realized when I went down and let my dog back in, that I don't know if you're there, but to at least just acknowledge Mary Rose, who's the president of.
Yay, Mary Rose. Hello.
Yeah, Mary Rose.
Yay, Mary Rose.
Thank you, everyone. And I've got, I was able to get that. She emailed me, Jackie emailed me that letter, and she did say that I had the permission to share it with people. So whoever was here today, I will share the parents' letter to SU. Okay. All right. Be well, everyone. Go forth and do good work.
Thanks, Sally, for everything.
Bye. Thank you for the conference.
Yes, right? It's like this, the whole Vulcan.
Thank you, Sally, for inviting me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah, thanks, Brooks. I would love to do a collaboration
I
with
would love that.
students or something with social justice or something.
I'd love that.
Oh,
We're so
yeah.
close. We're so
Be
close.
awesome. Yeah, we're right around
Oh,
the corner.
yeah.
Webinar. We can do a webinar where the two of you come and do things together and teach faculty how to do things with their students.
Ooh.
Ooh.
That would be great.
I always try to infuse social justice topics within my
Even if I was teaching statistics or research or anything, I just like got it in there, you know, kind of.
Yeah.
I'm
in a show at St. Joe's College in Patchogue.
Oh, cool.
With my work. I have 6 pieces in that.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I'm giving a virtual talk on Tuesday about the work.
Send the link.
Can you put the link in the chat?
I can't put the link right now in it.
If you send it to me, Cheryl.
Okay.
Who want?
Yeah. Brooks.
Oh, yeah. How do we stay in touch with you, Cheryl?
Brooks, can you give me your email? And
Yes.
I'll just copy it.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
I'm at
That's me.
okay, and that's me. And
Okay, cool.
that's my work. So I will, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Great, wonderful.
Yeah, fantastic.
Good to see all of you. Val,
Yeah.
I've got an email. I'll get out to you. Sita, Angel, Brooks.
Congrats on a beautiful job, Sally.
Hey.
Yes,
Great job, Sally. It was great.
Very really good job.
Children.
Really good job.
You managed to build community online. I don't know how you did that.
Hey, it worked out pretty well.
Did a great job.
Yeah, it's so good to see you, everybody.
You should send us a letter, something saying we attended for just to stick it in their face. No, I'm saying just to stick it in their face in the binder to say, you know, I belong to this. Too bad. She's shaking her head no like that.
Well, you know, I'm the president of the organization. Of course, it's going to be in my promotion book. You know.
Well, I'm saying my
quite
team
prominently.
Good.
And
this should be.
Yeah, I think that protest policy we are going to have problems with that policy.
My granddaughters have arrived, and so is my husband. My dog is letting off the signal. So,
okay, you have to end the meeting?
Huh?
Do you have to end the meeting?
I'm going to have 2 little ones just running the door going,
okay.
Whammies, in about 2
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Catherine, I'll call you.
Okay.
Solidarity forever.
Bye.
Bye.